Yo, what's going on, people? It's Monday. It's Wrestlepurists stream. It's been a minute, but it's a big Monday. Royal Rumble weekend just passed. It's award season. Grammys were last night, but the big awards we all care about, obviously. More than the Grammys, more than the Oscars, all of them. Today is the 2025 Wrestlepurists Award Day. I'm Montel, joined by Joe Hulbert, Lyric, Phil. And yeah, man, please like and subscribe, support the channel, all that good stuff. And yeah, man, we got some awards to get into. We're going to talk a little bit about the weekend, but of course, first things first, I hope everyone's doing good. Joe Hulbert, my usual co-host, how's it going, brother?
It's great. It's a special day. Lebowski Hawaiian on. Triumphant night ahead of us, I'm sure. I'm sure this will go great and not be controversial at all. There's definitely not a couple of awards that there's just a couple of awards that personally, for my brand, I have to be careful. But nonetheless, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. This is a special occasion. This is now probably we didn't decide once. This is the fourth one of these, I think. It's fourth.
Yeah, it's the fourth.
So. Yep.
It is the fourth of. It's been checked.
One.
You know, the smarter people than me in the background have done the checks. I've also got a list, thanks to Jamie, of the previous award winners. So we can kind of like go over, I guess,
history. Yeah.
Something like that. But some of them are just mad, man. Like, you know, Logan Paul, Rookie of the Year. You know, all Japan finishing third for Promotion of the Year. That was like 3 years ago.
It's a tough business on families, Montel.
It is, man. It is. But Phil, joining us again. How's it going, brother? Oh, we've lost Lyric. Shit.
Good.
She'll be back.
Immediately, as soon as you call my name, darted out here. Yeah, good. Yeah, I don't know what the awards for last year, and so just hoping to be pleasantly surprised by the results this year.
Hey, man. I don't feel, like I said, I think last year a lot of people thought the audience had been compromised, you know. Some people would say that WWE just had a good year, you know. But so there was a lot of accusations flying around last year, you know. I do feel like this is more. I don't know, we'll see, because I didn't think it was that bad last year, but we'll see. We will see. So, you know, and the thing is with the AEW audience, they always have a lot of nominees, you know.
Splits
so like they cannibalize themselves. So, you know. Anyway. Yeah, man. Lyric, you're back. Thought we lost you for a second. Hope you're back for good. How you doing, though?
I'm good. Happy to be here.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, so the weekend just passed. Grammys, of course. But the Royal Rumble is what wrestling fans care about the past weekend. And the Royal Rumble was, it was interesting, man. I mean, I don't know where to start. Roman Reigns has won the men's Royal Rumble. A lot of people predicted this. A lot of people feared this. Some people hope for this, you know. But he's here. He's in his what will this be? He's like what consecutive WrestleMania main event? Does anybody know?
Man,
like seventh.
Yeah, it'll be
in a row.
Wow.
Probably like his 10th overall if you include the 2 nights and stuff. You know, he's
I think he's hit 10 already because I think he already holds the record for the most.
He still holds the power, Phil.
Yeah. Yeah. A very interesting decision to give a guy that's main evented 6 consecutive times the keys to the kingdom, the chance to main event WrestleMania as if he was not going to main event anyway. Yeah. I did get a good laugh out of the stuff from McAfee. I did think that was hilarious. And then the response to it has been just as funny because immediately people are like, well, he's working you guys. You're all getting upset because it's a work. And I was like, yeah, I guess. Sure.
People always lose that, don't they, with it's a work, bro. It's like work's meant to be like, it's meant to be good, you know?
Yeah. Remember when Karrion Kross leaving was a work?
Yeah, man.
About that.
But yeah, man, Roman Reigns, he's it seems like everybody seems to go fairly with the assumption, and I guess the reports now that he's going to be choosing CM Punk for that WrestleMania main event.
Yeah.
I wonder who's going to win that one, Joe.
Got a pretty good feeling about that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a big match, and if Cody Drew in some form or fashion is the other world title match for the men, there is actually reason to try and load up on Star Power on the other night. Like, I get that, but I don't know, man. It's not something that on paper feels particularly enticing to me. Now, they are both good enough to make it interesting. Whether they can get out of one another's way and do something that's cohesive and interesting will be the question. People may push back on this, but I actually am not that worried about the match itself. I'm more concerned about how messy the build is, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because I think it could be very, very convoluted and honestly very disappointing. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not the most interesting outcome. I'm not surprised, but it is very funny.
They've got a ton of lore between those two
Yes.
guys to pay off. My big disappointment, I feel, is going to be which Punk are we getting? Are we getting this era sanitized, safe Punk in those segments? Or are we getting chaotic Punk that can actually say things in that promo that are worth a damn? Because if not, who cares about those segments? If he's just going to still be doing that I'm happy to be here stuff, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, I think I've seen somewhere on Twitter, I think it might have been yesterday, that they want to see Roman Reigns have a CM Punk feud, not CM Punk have a Roman Reigns feud.
Wasn't that Ibu?
Good luck with that.
Was it Ibu?
I think
Well,
so.
It sounds like something Ibu would say.
He's got a horse in the race.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, if it was Ibu, shout out Ibu, always, forever, But yeah, I agree. It's my point. I agree, man. But the thing is with Roman Reigns is, personally, we all love Roman deep down, even if he's not your favourite at the moment. It's like, if I had any faith in him actually like showing up to work and doing a proper build, this wouldn't be anywhere near as kind of like shrug your shoulders, roll your eyes at it,
Mm-hmm.
But I think we get him twice between now and Mania.
Yeah.
It's crazy, bro. Like, I'd be shocked if he does more than two. Seriously.
Yeah, I think the other issue here is since WrestleMania, they've really been teasing paying off the ending of the WrestleMania main event and the stuff with Rollins, and now you can't because it seems like Rollins isn't going to be available. So now it's like now you're doing the Punk thing instead.
Oh, they
when
did
you
the
had
mask, man.
yeah, which yeah.
Well, the other Punk part that's frustrating as a fan, for me personally, is Punk is kind of telling this bigger picture story, right, about like his own mortality and his generation slowly leaving the game. He even kind of neatly weaved that into the Finn Balor program. And I don't really know how Roman Reigns being the one that beats him is the cap on that story. Like, Bron Breakker beating him, there's something to be said for, like, the new generation. It's a matter of time, right? Punk knows that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really have that with Roman.
No.
So, yeah, I don't know. He didn't do any TV en route to the Rumble. It feels kind of like it's going to be something they microwave here from this point forward. It could be a worthy main event, no question. Those two guys in a stadium, it could be great. Absolutely it could. So we will see, but it was not a result that made me go, man, I can't wait to see what happens next. It wasn't that all.
Lyric, did you watch the Rumble or did you just kind of watch the reactions? You just watched the reactions play out.
I watched it through the timeline. Like, I had two things that I wanted to know from the Rumble. Like, I wanted to know if Bianca was going to come back. And once I found out that wasn't happening, I damn sure wasn't going to watch it. And then I wanted to know if, like, AJ was really out of there. And he was. And so, everybody rejoiced. Those were the only real two questions that I had.
I can't believe Bianca's not back, man.
I knew
broken finger, bro.
I don't think. I think for Bianca to be out this long, like for Black History Month to be here and Bianca's still out, like my chest hurts. I'm not gonna hold you.
It's not fair, bro.
It's not okay. She's supposed to be a superhero. Like, she's genuinely a superhero to me. So it's like, this is terrible. I already have very little patience for WWE, but without her, None.
Yeah, it was from the women's rumble. It was like by the end of it, I was like, no AJ, no Bianca. Oof,
Pre-mode.
Primo. That's how we went primo though.
No more Saudi bonuses. So yeah, people stay home.
Yeah. Oof.
A big pop. Like, she got big pop.
They got great reactions. Yeah.
Very, so
Yeah. I felt a little bit bad for Tiffany at 30 because it was like nobody. It's like we're expecting something. Like we didn't get AJ at that point. People were expecting maybe AJ at 30, maybe Bianca at 30. Like a big surprise, and then it was Tiffany coming back for injury, and it kind of felt like all of those memes with like the Celine Dion "My Heart Will Go On" whistling, and I was like, that's too bad. I hate that for her, but it is not her fault. But it's the same situation they put Nikki in last year, where Nikki was 30 and people were expecting it to be Becky.
Yeah, it was happy for Liv though, getting the Rumble win. But I have been saying for like the past few weeks that I think Liv Morgan should be the world champion going into WrestleMania, not dragging it out until WrestleMania. But nonetheless, obviously, I can see why they went with her. The closing stretch was good. I didn't think the women's Royal Rumble was great at all, to be honest.
No.
Yeah.
Some of the eliminations came off really weird, especially for like the top stars. It kind of, and it felt every minute of that 1 hour plus as well. It was just, it was not the greatest women's rumble, even though I'm not mad at the result or anything. Not the greatest.
No, I was over Liv and the finish was good, but I actually thought since they've been doing two in the same night, generally one of them is good and the other one is bad. I thought they broke that this year. I didn't like either.
Yeah.
I like the women's one more. Had more spirit, I felt. But I'd be lying if I told you I liked either. I didn't.
Yeah.
It was a shame.
Yeah, I thought Lash was the highlight of the women's match for sure. I thought at least Lash came across like a big up and comer, and I didn't feel that way. I didn't feel as strongly in the men's match. I knew what like the first 5 eliminations were supposed to do for Oba in the men's match, and then soon as Brock came in there, it was back to business as usual, like we knew it was going to be. And the same thing with Javon. Javon was the Iron Man, but soon as he had his interaction with Orton,
he didn't really eliminate many people either.
He didn't eliminate anybody. He had zero eliminations.
He had 0 eliminations.
0 eliminations. I was just saying this yesterday. I was just saying that on Grapsody. I'm like, how do you make somebody an Iron Man and give him no eliminations? That makes no sense.
That's crazy, bro.
I will say, on the Lash Legend front, totally agree on her presentation in this match. I'm hoping it will be a wake-up call that there is clearly 1,000,001 ways to present Lash Legend, and tag partner of Nia Jax should not be one of them. Like,
she's doing what?
Yeah, she's in a tag team
with Nia.
And it's really, you can tell they want to feature her, and they have tried to feature her, but it's actually been a detriment to her to be with Nia, who just has been really overexposed on TV. So I think hopefully this Rumble performance, they actually have a plan to kind of, put their foot down and go for it. Because if not, it's kind of like, why bother, right? Like, I mean, she eliminated Charlotte, Rhea. She was dominant in there. Let's see what the follow-up is.
She looked great, and I thought, like, out of most of the women in the match, I thought she got the most out of doing, like, the head-to-toe bodysuit. Yeah. It felt like it fit who she is as a person and as a character, and not everybody that came out felt that way. I thought Io also, like, she got the best out of, like, the design for her gear and everything. And there were a few other in the match, but, like, everything about Lash in that moment, I'm like, they've got something to Lash. I hope they understand that. But yeah, it's like really, really surprised AJ Lee was not in that match, especially with all of the other stuff around the Divas era that they put in there. To have both of the Bellas in there and not have AJ in there was a very, very strange choice. I don't know what that means.
I think Lash really benefited from staying in NXT so long, in the sense of it seems like now I'd always saw potential in her. Like I always felt like she just was naturally charismatic. She was naturally an athlete. I mean, she, is super accomplished like outside of wrestling. But I think giving her that extra time to cook and develop, it's really helped her. Now she just feels like a star. I can't believe she's teaming with Nia Jax, because I think like she's good enough to be like, doing her own thing and battling like some of the top girls. But I think like, especially with women's wrestling now, and I think WWE and AEW are both like at fault for this. I don't think people are being pushed out developed anymore. I think it's just like, oh my gosh, this person is funny. Put them on TV every week and have them in everything. But I think like giving people time to like really cook and develop is the best way to go at it, because she's a star.
Lashley's like the best example. Probably the best example looking at WWE currently of. I've always say this with Joe and whoever over the years. It's like, I think with wrestling now, with like the NXTs and everything else, and the lack of house shows and all that, it's like we're so impatient with like young talent on TV and stuff. And like with Lash Legend, if you've watched over the years, and unfortunately I have been watching NXT mostly weekly over the years. She has it. Yeah, she didn't come onto the scene and was a straight up prodigy or anything like that, but she has slowly just nicely gotten better and better each year and year. And now she's a few years into her career. Yeah, she is TV ready, and now that she's actually TV ready, not kind of modern TV ready, kind of I guess what Lyric is kind of implying there, of like, she carries herself well, she's confident, she can talk, she can work different types of matches, she can do a different array of things now. So Lash is a really good example of like, it's not always like, sometimes it's not super obvious straight away, like as soon as someone debuts on NXT or AEW, especially when they're young and new in the business, they're not like, a prodigy straight away, So
no, she's a great prospect, and you can tell they get it. That's the thing that's for sure about the Nia team, is it's clearly an intent to get her over. I just wish they would reappraise whether it's working or not.
Yeah.
You say NXT and it just fucking appears. I swear to God.
It's crazy, bro. I don't give so, Mr. NXT.
The pleasant surprise of that match, though, for me, and I was surprised. I was like, oh, they're giving her a lot of time and they're letting her cook, was Kiana James. I was like, she's in this match for a long time, and she got a lot of offense in. I was like,
yep.
Really? And she actually looked good. I was surprised. If you would have told me going into this match that she was going to get more memorable spots in that match than Julia, I'd have been like, you're crazy. But that's what we ended up getting.
I would be honest in saying there was a short list of people I thought left the Rumble better than they entered it, and she would be near the top of it, Kiana.
Yeah.
It's a very short list, but
yeah, most people I think did well to make it out just neutral, because it was
men's and women's, man.
Yeah. I just the women's Rumble, what stood out more was that as we kind of mentioned earlier, alluded to, we talked about it a little bit before the show, a lot of the stars just got kind of like dispatched. It was very
it was weird,
unusual in that way. There was very few eliminations you'll remember in a week how they got eliminated. So that's why it kind of. But Kiana definitely she had a good night. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought Soul came across really well as
sure.
well.
Yeah.
I was glad that she made it into the final three, and I thought she came across really well in the last stretch of the match as well.
Yes, I felt, looking back at more confident on this now. I got the sense they're not totally sure of all the Mania matches for the women, and so as a result, they kind of just used it to showcase like fresh faces. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Soul's the match at Mania. I don't expect it to be. So it's like, I think it was a case of let's just shine Soul up, Lash, Kiana. We'll figure out the Mania stuff next week or next month, and make of that what you will. But that seemed to be the approach to me anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my worry with Liv winning. I get the story they're telling of Liv being a runner-up 2 years in a row and then finally getting the win. But what interesting feud do you have story-wise coming out of the Rumble for her? Like the Stephanie match can be a good match, but like, what is the story you've been building to get there? You're not going to have her on SmackDown against Jade, I don't think so.
I don't either.
Maybe Raquel's winning the belt.
So that obviously feels like an option, but that does feel like a bold one. I don't think she's wrestling Jade. What I will say is I'm not writing off the chance or writing out the chance that the SmackDown division changes a lot on the road to Mania, because I'll be honest, I don't know where is that belt headed right now, right? Like the favorite right now is probably Jade and Tiffany again.
Yeah.
It's like maybe they switch the belt and Liv wrestles the new champ, whoever that would be. Like I don't know. This is purely guesswork, but it's just a mess, you know.
Yeah.
So when is Bianca supposed to come back? Is she
no idea?
Nobody knows.
No.
There's been no reports.
It's
So there's no
spooky,
time
man.
But the key is,
so there's no
like,
time.
without knowing, it's impossible to figure out where they're going with Jade Tyron because Jade isn't like doing anything really on the show, really in the big picture. So it's very odd. I don't know.
I mean, they're clearly setting up the match with Jordan for somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the WrestleMania match, though. And I have to assume if Bianca is coming back before April, that has to be the match.
I agree. The issue is, has it not been confirmed that the Chamber is the way to get the match? Has that not been confirmed?
No, nothing's been confirmed for Chamber at all yet.
Because in that case, you could do a tag team elimination chamber with women, which actually has been kind of makes sense because they've got a lot of teams. And then you could set up the title match for Jade afterwards. The SmackDown division has been an adventure.
Yeah.
An adventure.
I mean, you've got options for Jade. You could do Charlotte Jade. You've got interesting options, but you now have to build it in the next month or so.
You got a lot of work to do. Yeah, I don't know.
Charlotte would be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not
Very,
not sure
very
the match
interesting.
would be, well, never mind. Anyway, what else should we talk about, Montel?
You know, I wanted to jump back quickly. Who's the masked man that took out Braun Breaker, Phil?
Oh God. They clearly want us to think it's Seth Rollins.
Okay,
That
that's
doesn't
what I
look
was
like
thinking.
that didn't look like Seth Rollins. So, and Seth, when he was on ESPN and everywhere else, he made it clear he would not be in Saudi Arabia. But they clearly want us to think it is. Maybe they're building this around the Jake Paul and Logan Paul thing because of the segment last week where Logan Paul was like, we've all got to get behind Braun, and then he hatched the scheme to take out Braun before the match started. The idea of us getting through all of this stuff for the past few months to get to Mania and it's Braun versus Logan Paul sounds absolutely ludicrous. But I wouldn't put it past this company. But they clearly want us to think that it's Seth. I'm still not sure if Seth's going to be there by WrestleMania. And even if he is, I don't think that justifies the booking of Braun since Crown Jewel because it has been a complete disaster in my opinion. And nobody can convince me otherwise. It has just been a complete and utter flop.
Oh, man. Yeah.
It sounds like terrorism. I'm just wow.
Yeah, the vision, bro. It started off as like I was always kind of against the idea of like, you know, Heyman linking up with Seth at Mania, but I understood kind of like why people would be for it, and like kind of there was a lot of potential there. And then when you added the two Brons to it, I was like, okay, you know. But since then, bro, like. It's not just like them adding your Logan Pauls and your Austin Theories and that. It's just like the story's just like gone completely off track. Like Braun murdered Seth and nothing happened. Bronson Reed got a pinfall victory over fucking Roman Reigns and nothing's happened. Like, I just, it's garbage, bro. But whatever. This is what we got a new masked man, another masked man,
another guy in
bro.
a hoodie. Just
trust.
We need to abolish black hoodie reveals in wrestling.
It's
like
crazy, bro.
Enough.
Yeah.
There was one on Collision, and I almost like threw my shoe at the TV. Like, no, stop, stop.
There's other creative ways to cover up, bro.
And it was Gabe Kidd. Like, enough.
yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you don't even need the hood. Like Gabe Kidd can just
Show up.
yeah.
Was it a secret?
The other option for the mask guy is, of course, the stuff going into the Rumble was that Pierce clearly has beef with the Vision. He lifted the suspension in time for Braun to be in the match, very much begrudgingly, put hands on him initially, and that's what caused him to be suspended. Maybe this is this is Pierce behind this whole thing, and that's how he took Braun back out of the Rumble without having to be seen putting hands on him, which is actually an interesting angle, but what does that do for him at WrestleMania?
Someone said it'd be funny if it was Jericho, you know. No way.
Bro.
No way.
If buddy, let me tell you, if the takeaway from this pay-per-view is that we're getting a trade of Jericho for AJ Styles. This may be the greatest trade in franchise history. I tell you, buddy, this will be celebrated for years to come.
I will take it.
Oh, Jericho. Well, he wasn't in the Rumble. He was another one to add to kind of like, I guess, like AJ, Bianca. A lot of people were expecting Jericho, and he wasn't in it. You know, he's still on the AEW roster. I've seen people posting the day of the Rumble, so you never know. Imagine he shows up on Dynamite, bro.
Hey, that's a threat. Please, let's be cool.
Pick it back up with with Big Bill and Keith.
We are so good. We are so good. I'm so excited to watch you
do what he was supposed to do in the first place with Big Bill and Brian Keith. Well, anyway, so yeah, no Jericho, no AJ, no Bianca. Was there any other kind of rumored or people that like didn't show up? I think that was it, really.
I know
we
people
got
were
Hobbs,
speculating.
so shout out Hobbs.
Y'all weren't checking for Aleister Black.
I mean, he's on the roster, so like,
There were
it's
some
like Kit Wilson. People were talking about Kit Wilson. It's like
I was surprised we didn't get Kit at least for the pop for his entrance, and instead we got two Grande Americano bits that we didn't really need. I don't know. There was some Saraya speculation because she put up that video of her training.
I did.
That was,
I did hear that.
Definitely one. I thought we would have got Saraya, to be honest, especially because of her posting the videos and but yeah. So men's rumble, women's rumble. Obafemi didn't hit my goals. I wanted him to hit.
He did okay.
I wanted. He did. He was. It's like Phil said. It was good until it wasn't.
Yeah, it definitely could have been better. But just looking at the field, there are many examples where it could have been worse. Many.
Yeah,
countless
100%.
actually.
Yeah. I mean, there were things in the men's rumble that I was like, oh, great, great for Trick. He came out, got a great response again. He looks the part, but it's the same thing that I had an issue with a few men in the rumble. You got to stop doing these half measures. You got to stop telling us halfway, hey, this guy looks like a star. Okay, well, book him like a star. You can't keep telling us, oh, he looks the part, but then, going and doing things like having Oba have the great entrance come in, 5 eliminations in a row. But then as soon as you got Brock in there, Brock is the one that tossed him out in the most underwhelming way as possible as well. It's not even like they did anything interesting with him and Brock.
His back.
It just was the most uninteresting way to eliminate him. And then
it was very uninteresting, but I guess you could say like they kind of protected him because on commentary like, he turned his back for 1 second and Brock snuck in and he was just like, all right,
so do you think that's the match over Brock?
It can't. I think it has to be at this point.
In that case, who is Gunther wrestling?
I don't know. It's like I feel like I'm a broken record at this point. A lot of my WWE takes are just me saying the same things again and again. Joe's probably going to be sick of me by the end of like a month, But bro, like Gunther's just retired AJ Styles. Gunther's just retired John Cena.
Right.
Gunther should be world champion like imminently. Like that's what should happen. But
that's so funny because when he came out at 30, I was like, is there a legitimate chance that Gunther could win this match for a brief second? And I was like, no. But I think that would have actually been the ideal finish to this match is Gunther actually winning and going on to Mania to face Punk. But, of course, we don't want to do interesting things.
It's just hard. When you've retired John Cena and AJ Styles within like 6 weeks of each other, it's very difficult to follow up unless someone else is again retired. And I don't know if Razor did retire. Like, I think there's a good chance he wrestles Randy because he threw Randy out. Yeah. But Randy definitely ain't retiring. No. He's going to work in Saudi for the next 20 years. So the problem is, how do you go from retiring John Cena and AJ Styles and Goldberg before that, most fans, right? And it's like, then you just wrestle Randy Orton. And he's like, I'm not retiring. I like it here.
I remember Goldberg. It just weren't as recently, Like, he's just done Cena and AJ. Like, those have happened within 6 weeks. But yeah. So I've seen a couple of people say this. He could, never seen 17. Can we retire Miz next? I mean,
he was in the match.
But is that his Mania match? Like,
I think you should retire Jericho, or at least try.
Try shoot on him. That's what we needed Oba to do last night, bro. Just shoot, win the Rumble, you know,
bro.
So I could have taken it. Now the thing that although like they did get a lot of it right, especially like at the start until like I said it was good until it wasn't. I still wanted a lot more eliminations, bro. You got 5, I think. And with the way they've done the elimination in the men's Rumble, it's not like a lot of them really meant anything, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like Oba could have easily racked up like 11 eliminations and it wouldn't have affected anybody's fucking storylines, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they could have done that easily, but they didn't.
It might be a nitpick, but I feel like at the very least he should have led the men in eliminations, and to have him he tied with Roman for 5, and because Roman got 5 at the end of the match, and that's why I was like, at the very least, he should have ended the match with the most eliminations, but he got the 5 at the beginning of the match and then didn't get any more. And that's why I was like...
Black tax.
I know, man. They did the visual of Trick, Oba, and...
of course.
And Javon in the ring, and then it was just like, that was kind of all they were there for once Brock got in there. Brock selling Ilya was also... a choice. I was just like, okay. And then they almost missed Brock getting dumped out by Cody and LA Knight because the camera was turned to Jey Uso doing his entrance.
He was eating, bro. But yeah, man. Royal Rumble, it's Mania season, people. AJ Styles has retired, thanks to Gunther, as we've mentioned a few times throughout. I thought the match was really good. It was very like cold the way that AJ just faded, bro. You know, definitely a contrast to what Cena did the month before. But but yeah, man, he just faded, and it was just like me and Joe were talking on Friday about like how this was like people didn't really know. You know, people weren't super confident whether he was going to win or lose or whether he's going to go AEW or whatever. And you don't really get that with retirement matches. So you're there, you're living and dying on every near fall, you know? And it's like, when Gunther was getting those chokes in, bro, he was just like, come on, AJ, please. Please. And then he just faded away. And it was just kind of, I don't know, I just sat back in my chair, bro. And just was just like, oh. And I'm happy to see him go AEW. I hope he is that, and I hope he hasn't fully retired. Like him taking his gloves off and then putting them back on again felt like some sort of sign, you know. So, do we think we see AJ Styles in AEW? It feels like more people than ever seem to think that seems to be the case. And I think it's harder to find people that don't think he's, well, especially on our side of Twitter and our audience and stuff. Most people seem to expect him to jump, get that TK money, bro. You know, some dream matches and call it a day. What do you think, Lyric? Who do you want to see him wrestle?
I mean, Ospreay, Omega, of course. I would really like to see him wrestle Takeshita. I think that would be a really
It's a long list, man. You know.
I mean, just basically the entire main event scene. I mean, Bandito would be fantastic. I just think like I would honestly like to see him do like some high profile tag matches too. I really wish he could have been around for, you know, the Tanahashi run. That would have been really awesome. But yeah, and I would love to see him do New Japan at least one more time. And I've been thinking about like who would he wrestle? But I would love to see him do the Dome at least one more time. So yeah, it's a lot of different possibilities, but.
It would be really cool to see him put over Suju.
Oh my god, yeah. That would be awesome. I think, and it just depends on, I would say, like how he looks versus Ospreay later in the year whenever they run that match. But I think Callum Newman would be a really good wild card pick. Because like I think Callum Newman is really
Rumford Joe
gonna have a huge year, I think, and become like the top foreigner for New Japan this year. So I think the possibilities are really endless. And I selfishly, I'd like to see him do Arena Mexico. I think AJ Styles versus Mystico need that.
Yeah, man. It's a long list, man. I'd love to see him wrestle Darby as well. I think it was Joseph Montesio said that on Twitter earlier. the Derby match. It's interesting. It just interests me. That's all. That seems to be my case with a lot of Derby matches that he hasn't had yet. I'm like, what would that look like? You know, because Derby's just one of those wrestlers, isn't it? But
oh, also, I think Style has AJ ever wrestled John Moxley?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, he won the title from him.
Well, not Ambrose.
But yeah, not Ambrose, but you know.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, Joe, I'm sure you're hoping if his feet and his injury isn't bad to Samoa Joe that we can get that one more time.
For sure. I found this all to be it's a weird situation in the sense that like like on the chance that he's actually retired, we just spent his entire retirement week going, bloody hell, it'd be good to wrestle Hechicero. You know, it's a weird life we live now. I don't really know what to make of it all. I watched the whole match kind of like it was a really good match. But I was never like as emotionally immersed as I wanted to be because I think all of the surrounding noise just overwhelmed it for me, to be honest with you. Like I didn't know what I wanted to happen or what I thought was, you know what I'm saying? It was very, very strange. I'm not being very articulate right now because I'm being honest, that was my response to the match. I was watching it and I thought it was really good, but I didn't know if I wanted AJ Styles to win or lose because I couldn't tell what the fuck was going on. It was just, all of this felt so, it felt so hurried and like, it was just strange. All of it. The crowd was really into the match, but it also had like a particular vibe and atmosphere that was kind of jarring in a strange way. Like it had a party vibe at the start of the match, and it was like, "This is your retirement match, maybe." All of it was odd. It was a very, very good match. I think he probably wrestles again, but I don't know. I have no idea what he's going to do, and hopefully, whatever it is, it's his call. And I think it will be because he seems like his deal's up. So this isn't going to be a case where he's locked into retirement. He doesn't like if he wants to wrestle elsewhere. I think he's going to be able to legally here in like a couple of weeks. So we shall see. But it was a very, very good match. I
must say that as somebody who watched it through the timeline, I was very confused just because like it didn't seem like a retirement match. And like, you know, typically like after people were like, oh my gosh, congratulations, you know, on an amazing career. Thank you, GOAT, etc. So, but for the most part, like afterwards, I was like, everybody was like, yeah, whatever. See you on Dynamite, big bro. I'm like, okay, Sam, what happened?
Yeah.
What happened? Like nobody's really like, yeah, it didn't seem like anybody really interpreted it. Or maybe I'm just on like the more hardcore side of Twitter. It didn't seem like people were really interpreting it as like a final match, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't have it. I was saying to Joe on Friday, like, there's just a few things as well. Like, I don't know, like, if it really was his last match, like, you would have think that, like, some more people would have came, like, some family would have came out, we would have got some crowd shots, all that sort of stuff. And I know it's in Saudi Arabia and stuff, but, you know. So, yeah, I think all of us at the moment would lean towards him wrestling again. But we don't know. Yeah. But, yeah, those are, the kind of, I guess, the main talking points on the Rumble. Liv winning, Roman winning. AJ retiring, of course, Drew successfully defending against Sammy. I don't think that was too much of a shock to anybody. And yeah, man, that's the Royal Rumble. A couple debuts. Hobbs, Brie came back. You know, man.
The way they did Hobbs' entrance was interesting because they did the brick wall with Hobbs' name on it and smashed it and had the new name pop up. And I just feel like if you were going to acknowledge his name, why couldn't he just be Powerhouse Hobbs? Why did he need to change his name? I don't really get that, but yeah. I mean, you know, based on the report, it's a name that's sentimental to him. So, you know, good for him. Good for him getting a big moment on that big stage as well. Eliminated a world champion in Damian Priest, so good for him. It kind of took a whole faction to get him out of there as well. So, yeah, good for him. But, yeah, you know, I echo a lot of things with the AJ thing because I think after we saw 2 retirement tours last year, it was hard to believe they would end his retirement tour in January. And that's why I was like, wait, he's losing here? Especially after the Nakamura IG post, which was one of the funniest things about this entire situation. Nakamura telling us this guy's inspiration to me, outstanding wrestler, terrible dresser. By the way, he's retiring at Royal Rumble. He already told me. Like, I don't think you were supposed to say that, but okay. Yeah, I just don't think he's done here. I don't think you have those 3 matches in January and you're telling people you're done. Like, those are 3 pretty big matches, and all of them, it looked like he's still got a lot left in the tank. I just don't see him not wrestling anymore this year. This might be his last year wrestling, but I don't think this will be the last time we'll see him wrestle this year.
Yeah, and I found it really weird how like there was all this talk about like all these people he wants to wrestle and stuff. And yeah, maybe I'm getting worked, but it's just like, you know, you talk about I want to do a retirement year, blah blah blah, and it's just, you know, all these opponents he wants to face. He's got a list apparently. Do you know what I mean? They're telling us all this, and
I think he deserves it. You know, like I there's very few people who I can say like were foundational for just about every major promotion, like, you know, you know, over the last 20 plus years. But AJ Styles, bedrock of TNA. I mean, some of the best main roster stuff of WWE in the 2010s he was a part of. His working in New Japan, I mean, foundational. I mean, he deserves that final run. And I hope that he goes wherever possible to get it, just because like I just can't imagine it ending in Saudi like that. Like it's just no way.
Yeah, maybe.
That's the other part that's so crazy. The idea his last match being in Saudi Arabia, not in the U.S. I just can't buy that. Just from
if we get the first Atlanta AEW pay-per-view for his retirement, that'd be dope.
That would be great.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, I just to pop myself, because we interviewed Gabe last year and I asked him about Bullet Club lore and why he believes the War Dogs are the best version. He took a few shots at AJ in that interview, and I was like, I wouldn't mind seeing a Gabe Kidd match. I think that would be interesting in some ways, just to see how that would even look.
I'd have to be convinced. I'm not gonna.
I have to be convinced. It's hilarious.
No. I don't see it yet, but I would like to see what you see.
God bless. All right, let's a couple of super chats and let's actually do these awards. You know, I'm sure some people are waiting. All right, Chi-Town Spurs, appreciate you as always. $5. Joe, how do I disassociate from Tottenham? Teach me your ways.
You unfollow all the social media accounts. You make sure you have stuff going on, like book stuff when they're playing. Like the first couple of years, what I did was I'd go to the movies when they were playing, and then eventually you don't even check the results. I don't even check the results anymore. I don't even know who's in the league anymore. I get told about games, and I go, is that a cup game? No, they're in the Premier League. Oh, I'm out. I made it out. Chi-Town, you can do it too. Block the socials if necessary. If your algorithm suggests you need to see them, block them. And build plans, build your week around when they're playing. Do stuff when they're playing so you'll forget. My advice to you. Good luck, brother.
Shout out Short-Town Spurs. Always good to see him in the chat. GMB 199 reactions if Y2J appeared in the next Dynamite.
Tears.
The timeline would be funny.
Yeah.
Tears. I will say it's so funny, especially with the picture that's up on the roster page right now. Like people keep checking throughout the Rumble to see if his picture was still
when
up.
He disappears.
Like, hi, I'm the Lemon Tree. Just like, you know, never point out Chris Jericho in the words of Rich Lotta, but damn, man, it's just enough. I think we should let it go.
No more. No more.
The King Ellie Show. Roman is announced for Raw tonight. Oh shit. And what are your thoughts on Randy versus Jacob at Mania?
In a vacuum,
I don't
I'm
hate
fine with it. Yeah, in a vacuum, I'm fine with it, but I really think Jacob's needed in the Drew and Cody thing.
Yeah, same.
Them just wrestling again at WrestleMania is like, I don't know, man. They wrestled at WrestlePalooza in September.
Yeah.
I don't know.
None of those Cody Drew matches were that great. I don't think we need to run it back for a fourth time at WrestleMania. No. If you're not going to make it a multi-man match, I don't see why you would run it back.
Right, and I'm generally not for the major triple threat. You know, I think big matches, singles matches the way, but in this case, yeah, I just think Jacob gives it some freshness, right, and some kind of, I don't know, it just, to me...
Gives it some life, bro.
Yeah, it's exciting when he's in there. He had a really, really low-key Rumble, by the way. Talk about guys that were underserved in the Rumble. I don't remember him doing anything in the Rumble other than when he killed poor Javon with that pop-up, which was a beauty. They should wrestle, by the way. But yeah, very, very quiet Rumble. So hopefully he has an angle of some sort on Friday.
Surprisingly, he came across better on Saturday Night Main Event when he came out and did the entrance and he had the EBT, the WWE thing. I thought he looked better there than he did in the Rumble.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Ryan, long-time member, appreciate you as always. Thought the difference between Cena and Styles rocked. One accepted his time and the other desperately not letting it end. AJ's the man, bro. So Cena to an extent, but AJ's the man, bro.
To an
Listen,
extent.
I had to listen to a whole year of people saying Mike Goat, and watching that guy wrestle Gunther on Saturday is the reason why I was like, not Mike Goat the entire time. No. Y'all have y'all fun, but there are guys like AJ Styles that are out there that have a legitimate claim to that seat. No.
I will also say too, just I really hated main roster WWE for much of the 2010s, and a lot of that was due to Cena. But much of what I enjoyed from Cena during that time was one, the United States Championship Open Challenge, and two, his feud with Styles. Like I think that AJ Styles is maybe my personal favorite dance partner of his, from his career, and I think like he just brought something else out of him. I really enjoyed that. I always knew who was the better of the two, but glad other people are finally figuring it out.
There was no debate over here in this house.
Never. I digress. Let them have it.
John Manor, 10-1, 199. Do the women even have a chance to main event this year? I'm unfortunately going to have to say no.
No, with the heart.
With how the matchups are currently looking, no. They could, if Jacob Drew Cody is the other title match, then there are many women's title matches that could main event over that. I am not currently seeing one on the horizon, to be honest with you.
No.
I don't think anything. I think Bianca versus Rhea would have been like truly main event worthy.
Yep.
I don't think that's happening anytime soon. And
I agree with Kale as well.
Yeah.
I think Liv is at a level star power wise where she's a worthy Rumble winner. I wish Stephanie had more like juice as champ right now.
Yeah, so
that's the thing for me. And then like Raquel and Liv, respectfully, is obviously not a WrestleMania main event. Obviously, like that's just So, and then Jay's not main event in WrestleMania. So they're getting some remarkable positions with this thing. Really, it's quite impressive. Yeah.
I mean, they've already told you who's main eventing this show before we got to the show, and then he won the Rumble. So it's like, well, yeah, he's definitely main eventing, and I felt like that was definitely the stamp that the women are not main eventing.
Yeah, I can't see it this year. Obviously, Rhea EO, like Kale said.
I feel like there's multiple Rhea matches that could have main evented, by the way. I think the best chance to get a women's main event this year was Rhea. And that's why I was so surprised that she was eliminated in the way that she was. Even the way EO was eliminated was so bizarre. And again, I mean, I understand the reasoning of giving Lash the elimination, but this is EO Sky, bro. Like, she was really the MVP of that company in a lot of ways last year. And you have nothing planned for her heading into Mania other than still being in this tag team that is just based on they're good friends. I don't know.
I'm for the let's focus on the tag division. I just wish there was a big 2-on-2 tag match awaiting them if they're going to do a tag thing. If they had kept the Kabuki strong, if they had kept that feud strong, if they had kept the Charlotte Alexa thing stronger, they had options there. Instead, it feels more like we're going to get a 5 or 6 team, car crash. And those matches are fun, but it just feels Rio, I think, can do bigger and better than that, surely, right?
I agree. I honestly think a triple threat of Asuka versus EO versus Rhea is more interesting than any tag match they can put them in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll do this and then we're definitely going straight into the awards. Massfan 199, rank them. Omega, Danielson, AJ, Tanahashi.
This is messy.
Jesus.
I'm saying... I want to get to these awards now, so I'll go first.
What are you trying to do to us?
I'll go with. We're saying this is overall, not just in ring, just overall. I'm going Danielson, Tana, AJ, Omega, which is weird to put Omega fourth on any list, but that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I think. That's it's a tough one. Like, it's a brutal question to ask us just before we're about to do something, but
Give me Tana, AJ, Dragon Omega.
And you want to take a stab at it, Phil? Lyric? Can you do it?
I really enjoy all of these people.
That goes without saying.
Omega, Tana, Daniel said AJ.
Yeah.
You can do it, Phil.
I'm gonna go AJ, Brian, Omega, Tana.
So 4 completely different answers, I think. So
Respect, you know?
Yeah, it goes to show how hard of a question it is. All right, Wrestlepurists Awards. I need to do some moving around. Boom. Here we go. Get rid of that banner at the bottom as well. Look at this professional stuff here. All right, so 2025 Wrestlepurists Awards. Let's go. Let's do it. Obviously, it goes without saying, appreciate all you guys who have, took the, a couple of minutes to vote on our website. There was a few people who tried to do some duplicate votes, but of course, that was that was already blocked by the poll. So
stop the count.
Where was it? I've got a funny stat on where is it, bro? On some of the analysis on some of like the IPs, and one of the IPs voted for, where is it? Bear with me, people. I know this isn't the most entertaining audio, but it's very funny. Yeah, somebody tried to vote for Adam Pearce in Best Non-Wrestler 414 times.
You got me.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
It's my bad. That's my bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, those obviously didn't count, and it's 1 vote per IP. So we've got we've got real results here, not manipulated by Adam Pearce's #1 fan. Maybe it was Adam Pearce, but But yeah, okay, let's get into it. Like I said, appreciate all you people that voted, took the time out. Appreciate, of course, Jamie, Carlos helping me put this stuff together. Joe breaking down the nominees with me, and of course Phil and Lyric joining me now to go through some of these winners. Alright, let's dive into it. Okay, so this is, as me and Joe said earlier, 4th annual awards. 4th year we've done it now. We've got some of the previous winners as well, which I'll read out as we're going along. I just need to pull them up. Nominees were decided by our Twitter followers. And yeah, just simply asking who should be nominated for each award, going through the replies, seeing what the consensus is needed, seemed to be, and going from there basically. Then we set up the polls, public vote, decided the winners. Like I said, 1 vote per IP, even though some people try to dance around that. And there's more. It weren't just the Adam Pearce one. Like, there was on a few of the polls, you know what I mean? But the Adam Pearce one was the one that made me laugh the most. But like I said, public vote decided the winners, and there is a separate awards for the Wrestler of the Year from the media, the fans, and of course the overall. So we've got 3 Wrestlers of the Year awards to give out. Okay, so let's get into it. First one, I want to start with a big one. Like, it's easy to just kind of build to the rest of the year, but I did want to start with a pretty strong one. So we are starting with Best In-Ring 2025, and we've got Bandido, Takeshita, Cole Fletcher, Io Sky, and Suri. Obviously, it goes without saying that these are all phenomenal professional wrestlers who had amazing years in ring. Suri, it's pretty much just what you would expect of her these times. It seems like she can always sneak on a list like this for the past few years, pretty much ever since she left WWE. Io Sky, I think comfortably WWE's strongest performer last year. Bandido, the versatility and everything that he showed. Takeshita, of course, what a year he had in multiple countries. And Cole Fletcher, he's really just continued to ascend, didn't he? So we are also joined now by Tempest. What's going on, brother? Joining us just as we're getting started.
Hey.
Amazing. I'm glad I didn't miss any of the action.
Yeah, we was waffling a bit too much about the Rumble. That definitely went a bit longer than planned. But yeah, man, how you doing? You good?
Yeah, it's a wonderful time to be talking some wrestling. AEW hopefully is now like turning it around a little bit, which does very well for our weekly review here for members only, of course, here on Wrestlepurists. So make sure that
Yes.
you're signed up as a member, but hopefully we're turning a bit of a corner. We're into an interesting stretch. Rumble's just happened, WrestleMania season's ahead of us, and AEW's getting better. Let's get to it.
Yeah, man. Let's do it. All right, best in ring 2025. Like I just said, Bandido, Takeshita, Carl Fletcher, Io Sky, Suri, and the winner with. I should have already had these up, but the percentages are. That's the only thing I haven't got up. I've got all these presentations and everything, but I don't
As
have.
long as you know the winners.
I know the winner, but I wanted to get the percentage as well.
Fair.
It felt right, you know. All right, so the winner of the Wrestlepurists Best In-Ring Wrestler 2025, as voted for by the fans, media, critics, what have you, number one with 38.4% is Bandido. Best Wrestler of the Year. I have no complaints about this. I wasn't particularly surprised by this. It was a strong category, but I think Bandido just... He was just like, it's hard to put into words, you know. He was just non-stop, you know. Tag matches, single matches, ROH title defensives, different pay-per-views. He was just doing everything, bro. You know, he was CMLL. He had that really strong period in CMLL as well. Like, he was just kind of flawless, man. He was phenomenal. Joe, somebody that you was backing as you revealed your ballot votes on the before the weekend.
Yeah, I thought just from, again, this is in ring, right? And I think the variety we did in the Brodido tag team in AEW and everything you mentioned there, he kind of ticked every box in this category. The question really is, can he get the big one later on tonight? I had him locked in for both, as you know. Those of you tuned in on last week's show know that. But a very deserving winner for Best in Ring. Had an incredible year. Very excited to see what he does in 2026.
Yeah, Dynamite Diamond ring winner, obviously. How could we ever forget that?
Of course,
yeah. He had a great year, didn't he, Tempest?
He has. Honestly, it was the first time in a very long time that I felt that the top of the card in the men's division of Ring of Honor was worth watching. You know, like everywhere else over the last few years, whether it be runs that Jericho had to middling, you know, results, or some of the other guys that have held the ROH title, even someone like a Mark Briscoe or an Eddie Kingston or a Claudio Castagnoli, guys that, you know, garner a lot of respect for particularly their in-ring work. It didn't feel like any different than if they were a TNT champion or, you know, one of the other kind of mid-card belt holders in AEW. It's just that sometimes they would appear on this Ring of Honor show that they would have the belt with. But Bandito's run in 2025 harkened back to a lot of like prior years and eras in Ring of Honor where if you heard that he was defending the belt on one of these pay-per-views, it was almost guaranteed to be like a match of the year contender or a match that at the very least you would do yourself a disservice if you didn't go out of your way to see. And it's very nice to kind of see more of Ring of Honor kind of being built out that way, where you've had very good results from Lee Moriarty in the Pure Division. You had obviously amazing results for a very long time with Athena in the women's division, but having like a classic ROH title run in 2025 was not something that I was expecting to see. Yes. And he's done it to a level where if you said that Bandito was among the great ROH champions, I would absolutely not balk at that opinion.
Yeah, he's been Joe, you said you like narratives, you know. It's like this isn't just him, you know, this isn't just another year. This is like a comeback year for him. This isn't
comeback
just
year, yeah.
It's crazy.
I think 18 months with the injury, and then he returned at Final Battle and immediately got a concussion at the end of 2024. So it was, you know, in that way unlikely the year he had. Obviously not in terms of his talent, right? That much has been obvious for years, but it was unlikely in terms of how quickly he built momentum, I think, in 2025, especially with starting opposite Jericho. And then kind of coming out of that and really emerging as one of the highlights of the entire wrestling year. So, yeah, very, very deserved winner for sure.
It's probably, when you think about it, when you're coming off long-term injuries and stuff, this award is probably the hardest to win.
Yeah.
You know, because like your output, volume, everything, and he's ticked every box: versatility, variety, everything. It's just there's not really many flaws in his game when we're talking in ring. Phil, anything you want to mention on Bandido's year?
Yeah, I mean, probably the most versatile guy in the field for this year's award. With the array of wrestlers he managed to have great matches with, having great tag matches as well as like world title matches, main event matches, performing well in like every every single match you put this guy in, every opponent you put him in, that was possibly their best match this year. Really, there was no other option for this award. He was hands down the best in this field by far.
Yeah, man, Bandido. It's a stacked field, Lyric, but Bandido comes out of it with a bullet. It seems 38.4%. That's big.
Yeah, I love Bandito, and honestly, I can be honest and say I'd been dragging my feet for well over a year and subscribing to CMLL. And like as soon as Bandito came back and he was working Arena Mexico every Friday, I was like, nah, I need to see this, in a way that like, it's rare to like, there's so many good wrestlers now, like there's so many, and there's a lot of really good wrestlers who are regularly performing, and it's accessible on TV. But Bandito was a guy in 2025 where I'm like, I know I need to see wherever he is. Like, I don't care, and he delivered. Like, I think it was like 6 weeks. He had a banger with, it was like the Mascara Dorada, Bandito, Takeshita. Like that entire summer was nuts. And then you add all the Brodito stuff on top. And it's just like, he was coming from behind. He didn't even get the full year. He was out with injuries. And then he comes back and he just freaking sweeps everybody. It was in multiple promotions. It's insane. And I don't take it for granted. Like it's just really cool to like get that feeling about a wrestler of just like, this is must see. Everything he does is must see.
Yeah, very he's a special wrestler, man. He's got a special kind of charisma about him. Still, he's only just turned 30, He's he's a special one. Hopefully he can really continue to elevate up AEW as 2026 kicks on. I think Tony's seen everything he needs to see, to be honest, but we'll see how it plays out, man. Hopefully a big year ahead of him, even though he's already just had one. Alright, so moving on. Best non-wrestler 2025. This is the one that I previously mentioned that had a lot of phantom, we'll call them phantom Adam Pearce votes. People trying to dance around one vote per IP, but we figured it out. And the nominees for best non-wrestler 2025 are Adam Pearce, Don Callis, Bryan Danielson, Nick Aldis, and Paul Heyman. And I have to be honest, I was surprised to see Paul Heyman get so many suggestions for nomination. I didn't think he had the greatest year in 2025, but yeah, man, I thought Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce, I think they do kind of go quite understated, underrated on their respective TV shows. I think they do very good jobs playing the roles that they have to. Don Callis is all over AEW television, almost to a detriment. It depends on who you ask. Bryan Danielson, I think, has done a great job coming in on commentary. Really added something different and honestly needed to that booth. Obviously, he's not there as of right now, and I miss him. I miss him, Joe. I miss those Danielson calls.
Me too. He brought a lot of energy and enthusiasm to the booth for sure. I think him being on this list tells you that, right? He only came into the commentary September. I think he started in commentary somewhere around there. Like they're only in the second half of the year. So that tells you the impression he made. But they definitely miss him right now for sure.
They do. Anybody surprised to see anybody on this list?
I mean,
Heyman is the outlier. We can
I was about to say Heyman.
Yeah.
Heyman is the outlier. Not only did I think he wasn't that great on television this year, and then some of the stuff he was saying outside of it, and some of the MAGA stuff, yeah, was not interested in much Heyman stuff this year.
Oh yeah, he's become like AI's favorite. He's like ambassador as well. Every day, bro. He's posting some shit graphic.
Yeah,
isn't it? Oh, fucking Paulie, bro. Come on, man. Get it together. Even though he's nominated for this, I do kind of hope he has a better year in 2026, man. Because as I already made pretty clear, I don't think he had the greatest year.
Those clips that made the net from the roast as well. Yeah, not a great year for Heyman.
Yeah, man. Like, you see, like, why is it, bro? Like, this is what I mean. This is what happens if fan nominee, awards, bro. It's like I don't have power over this. Like Heyman would have never made my shortlist this year, but alas, Adam Pearce, Nick Aldis, Don Callis, Bryan Danielson are our nominees for Best Non-Wrestler 2025, and maybe this may be a little bit of a surprise to some because of a stat that was pointed out a few minutes ago. But the winner of Best Non-Wrestler 2025 is the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. So what? 3 months? 3 months graft?
That tells you how strong the category was, brother. So yeah, give me Dragon. Fuck that. I'll just take Bryan. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I get it.
Bryan Danielson.
Really. Yeah.
Like I said, 3-month run. It's power. Listen, when you got motion, when you're the American Dragon, bro,
Quality
Dragon
over
things,
quantity, man.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure. Shout out to Aldis and Pierce. As I said, I think they do kind of go a bit under the radar on their shows, and I guess as they're meant to, they are general managers, but I do think they do the roles very well. Callis is, he can be great in moments, but it's just like we get so much of him now that it's hard not to be sick of seeing him every 10 times a show, So it's kind of a weird conversation at this point with Don. Heyman we just spoke about, and was there anyone else? And Bryan Danielson obviously won, so
I see the point about Callis, but I think he would have been my pick here. Just because
I'll get it.
Yeah. From an impact perspective of he's everywhere.
Yeah.
Sometimes derogatory, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So I think he's just got to that point, maybe. I think that's probably what let him down in this awards. That it got to that point towards the end of the year where people were just like, "All right, bro,"
I fully agree on that point, man. I mean, like, I probably would have given it to Don Callis at a point this year, but I think this year in particular, obviously there was so much more light shined upon him because his stable like tripled in size, but if there was any particular storyline that paid off in 2025 where a babyface just got hold of him, beat the shit out of him, whatever, like you get the comeuppance that the heel manager needs at least one point during the year, I think it would have been a lot more palatable. But I mean, it just feels like we sat through like 4, 5, 6 months of builds and teases and everything for not the ultimate payoff of like even the Okada Takeshita program that a lot of people were kind of like ready for that to culminate, but I can't. Their match at World's End is not going to have been their last match. It's not the blow off of this program, and combining that with Kenny getting beat at All In and then not really having the big heroic triumphant comeback off of that, which we're getting now in 2026. But if you're looking at 2025, it was just Don Callis running amok for months and months and months and months on end without that payoff that makes the heel being a little shitbag, be a fun part of the program. The fun bit is playing along with that and then seeing them get their ass kicked. And if you miss that part out, then it's just having an annoying character on screen. And he's very good at playing that annoying character. But in this case, when you've got the overexposure of Don Callis throughout the year of 2025, I can see how the quality over quantity approach of Bryan Danielson just improving commentary so much when he is there, as seldom as that might be, I can see how he wins a category like this.
Yeah, Bryan Danielson's also the one that's going to have like the least amount of people that are like sick of him. You know, like Heyman, easy to get sick of. You know, Heyman easy to get sick. Callis easy to get sick of. Then like Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce, some people will just automatically just like roll their eyes at the idea of a WWE GM. You know, even though they did like I've already said a few times, a good job, but. Brian, who don't like Brian, bro? You know, it's like. Yeah. So yeah, Brian Danielson, shout out him. 3 months, 3 months work, wins a year-end award. You know, that's why he's the greatest. Moving on, rookie of the year. I was hoping Jamie could pass by for this because we haven't got a lot to say about the rookies because we're just not that tapped in on all the different promotions. So like Kelly Armstrong, of course, from WWE Evolve. I'm not a WWE Evolve watcher myself, but of course a lot of people are very impressed by her, and of course I'm aware of who she is, and I'm aware of a majority of these rookies, but being able to lock in enough to see how the year's gone to give real votes and analysis of the year is not really. It would be disingenuous, you know, for me to do it. You know, like, I don't know what I'd even try and do. Get some AI description. Like it's just it wasn't me. Maybe lyric you can add to something, especially to some of the Joshis, you know. But
really like this category. Like I really like this category this year. I think that from a Joshi and just not just a Joshi perspective, but I think just a Puro perspective in general, from what I saw, like out of a lot of the young lions this year. I mean, last year, I was just really impressed. Like I think that this is a really great crop. I mean, Cinca has so much buzz around her. I think starting especially from WrestleMania week last year with Marvelous, probably one of the best 5 minute matches I've ever seen versus Aja Kong. Um, and I really just like her overall presentation. Like, and I've said this on Twitter before, but I hope that she keeps like the rookie singlet type look afterwards. Like I like the fact that she kind of comes in and always looks like she's about to kill people. Really good tag work as well. Sari over at at Marigold was really involved with Nanai Takahashi before her retirement last May. And I think that she's been a really great prospect for Marigold. And whenever her and Cinca get to cross paths, they ended up having a great tag match last year, I would say, in Marvelous versus Spark Rush, Suri, and Takumi Aroha. So I think also a great prospect. Shino debuted, got a busted nose in her first match. I think she's like 17. But she's a rock star. Like it's actually kind of crazy. But she's super hardcore. And then Daiki Nagai, who I think is just so freaking cool. If he was about 4 inches taller, he was easily running that promotion with an iron fist. Like he's perfect. And I think anybody who's been watching him from like when he first like debuted as a young lion, like the way that he would talk backstage, like the way that he carries himself, he has so much charisma. And I think like you can always tell which rookies they're super like they know are going to be stars when they start like folding them into factions really early on, even while they're young lions. Kosei Fujita was like that. And the same thing we've seen with Daiki Nagai. He fits in perfectly with like Suji and the rest of those guys. He's a star. And honestly, I think he would have won the Young Lion Cup if he was, again, a little bit taller. And I kind of hate it because I think he has all the makings of truly being like one of the, greats. And don't get me wrong, being one of the best of the junior division is still an accomplishment, but the way that New Japan books the juniors is just absolutely amazing. I mean, Fujita is still waiting for his turn. He's like the best young guy that I think they have, totally. But I think this is real. I haven't seen much of Cali, but I think like everybody in this category is super strong, have really, really great rookie years.
Yeah, strong category it seems. Senka is definitely one I've seen a lot of praise about from the Joshi fans and Jamie and people within our circle that I can ask about these things, Of course, I've not seen enough though but you know what, Lyric, you seem to know quite enough to have a valid vote on this. Who was your vote for? Who would you vote for on this?
I'm trying to remember, who did I vote for? I think I voted for Cinca. But I think that Sinker or Daiki Nagai. That's what it got down to me for me. And actually I might have voted for Daiki Nagai just because he even as a rookie he really ended up I think being a vital part of the promotion in a lot of ways. But yeah, I think it was down to those two for me. But Sari also had a really great year. So
Yeah, Kelly Armstrong, of course, the US nominee here. You know.
I'm kind of surprised we didn't get Kendall Gray in this category because she was talked about so much this year at Evolve, and so much so that I thought that people stopped talking about Callie as much towards the end of the year because we saw so much praise for Kendall Gray.
Not a rookie, brother. She was on the category last year.
Yeah, I suppose.
And you can only be on this category once, otherwise, what are we doing? You know.
Yeah. I guess because we saw the most people talking about Kendall like towards
yeah, definitely. There was a lot of that as
Yeah.
well when we was asking for nominees. It was like Kendall. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if she was on this ballot, like she probably would have won with like 90%
Yeah.
of the voting. But and that's
Yeah.
nothing against the other women and Daiki. It's just that you know, obviously the eyes and the exposure and everything must be, you know.
But yeah, it's really between Callie and Sinka for me. Out of all the wrestling I watched this year, that's who I was the most impressed with was Sinka and Callie out of the names that are here.
All right, so let's go through the Rookie of the Year 2025, and the winner is Callie Armstrong. So shout out WWE Evolve, Callie Armstrong. I'm sure she is somebody that we will be seeing a lot more of because obviously in the WWE system we expect her to kind of progress through that. She'll be on NXT before we know it, and hopefully for her on the main roster before too long. You know, if she continues to make, you know, Rookie of the Year progress. You know, so congratulations, Callie Armstrong. I believe she won. This isn't her first Rookie of the Year award either from this I think did she get Fightful Rookie of the Year as well? So, yeah, man, she's obviously a very strong talent. Yeah, man, look at her, what a star, you know. I have no complaints. What a star! What a star!
What a star!
Jamie's not happy. Jamie's not happy. Jamie's not
man.
happy.
We're rooting for everybody black over here.
absolutely, it's February.
I feel you,
Look
Jamie,
at
but-
this. He just appears, bro. See, I said NXT a few seconds ago. He's here again. You know,
it's good to like, regardless of who you voted for in this this category. I think, you know, Kendall Gray and Callie Armstrong in particular, like seeing either the clips or if you watch Evolve and getting to see the whole matches, you really do like get a sense of what they talk about when it's clear that for whatever reason right now, the women in the Performance Center are taking to wrestling much quicker than a lot of the men. And I don't know what exactly is the cause of that, if they have different people working with them or if that's just the crop that they're dealing with. But it doesn't surprise me that much to see a result like this. When again, that is the buzz around, you know, the American developmental wrestling scene right now. And again, very much deserved as well because the performances have backed this up.
Yeah, that's the thing really. Like she's clearly had a very strong year. She's clearly caught a lot of eyes, and I like to think that it isn't just simply, oh well, she's in the WWE system and the others. You know what I mean?
I think that's a bit unfair to her, to be honest. Like, I don't watch Evolve, but I've gone out of my way to watch her and Kendall's matches because there has been so much positive buzz around them.
Yeah, man.
And I also think that anytime you see a black woman winning Rookie of the Year, 9 times out of 10, she had to outwork everybody else to even be in the conversation, especially when it comes to wrestling circles. Like, that's not anything to, like, you know, downplay or, you know, I've seen like the clips of her, like a lot of positive stuff. Like, she's definitely putting in the work. And I think like a lot of the girls in the Performance Center, especially those who come from athletic backgrounds, they just take direction and they soak up information a lot better than I think a lot of the men. And I mean, I think what Triple H even said it in the sense of like how quickly the women are taking to a lot of the teachings compared to a lot of their male counterparts.
Yeah, she's legit, man. She's obviously clearly very legit. And I keep forgetting to get the percentages, but Bryan Danielson won with 29.4%. Don Callis came second with 24.3%. and Adam Pearce came third with 23.7%. So that top three is quite close. This, however, was not close. Kelly Armstrong won
Really?
with 41.4%.
Wow.
Seri came second with 23.9%. So
Yeah. I think,
That's not
unfortunately, that's some of the audience just not being, as, knowledgeable about Joshi or the Young
Absolutely.
Lions.
1000%.
yeah, but like I said, she's legit deserving. And of course, there's our winner, Rookie of the Year 2025, Kelly Armstrong, joining a interesting list of names. Um, 1 second, I've got to send a link.
Uh-oh.
I'm saying.
Anything can happen now.
Get a run in.
All right, I've sent the link. What did I say I was gonna do?
I don't know. You said you were going to send the link, and then you said you sent it.
There's something before,
There
there's
it
something
is.
before that. There's something before
Sick.
that.
No, the prior winners.
Prior winners. There you go. See, Joe, you locked in, brother. There's got to be one professional there, Previous
Well-
winners. All right, Rookie of the Year is a weird one because we've got 2022 was Logan Paul.
Ugh.
Good lord.
Ah.
Ugh.
You have to really go back to the end of 2022 to figure out how that happened.
Doing? Oh. Oh, no.
2023 was Lola Vice.
Sure.
Who else was in the category? Wait, I was supposed to say that? Oh, sorry.
Kendall Gray would have been last year, isn't it? I've not got it full in front of me now. I've just got the winners. And then 2024 was Oleg Boltin. So
Respect.
Yeah. I mean, Bowleg makes sense for last
Yeah.
year. Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
a prestigious list of names, that
Yeah.
Kelly's joining, right?
Yeah, I definitely think if Kendall was on the field this year, she would have won.
And I guess just for the sake of it, best non-wrestlers 2022, William Regal.
Immediately quit the
2020.
job.
Well,
Immediately quit the job.
Oh,
2023, Prince Nana.
Fair.
Yeah.
well deserved.
Yeah.
well deserved.
2024, Prince Nana again.
Wow.
Also,
Damn.
well deserved.
He went back to back, bro.
Wow.
Didn't get
Yeah, but
nominated
that-
this year, man. What
Didn't
are
get
we doing?
nominated this
Black
year.
history.
Hey, man.
Should have won it. We should just give it to
That
Nana
real
again.
shit. So we've done, what is it? We've done best non-wrestler, Rookie of the Year,
And best in
Yeah.
ring.
and best in ring. So best
Yep.
in ring 2022 was Will Ospreay.
Respect.
In 2023, it was Will Ospreay.
Mm-hmm.
In
Sense of
2024, it was Will Ospreay.
Damn. There you go.
And he's only not nominated this year because he fucking got injured. Boom. We are joined by Jamie Ross. I'll move you up a little bit, brother.
Come to save
Jamie, your reaction to Kelly Armstrong winning Rookie of the Year.
I almost shut my laptop down. I was ready to jump on, talk Rookie of the Year, and then I saw the reveal, and it was all over. It was all over.
He killed your motivation.
I mean, I'm biased, but I watched the pure Joshi side of things. The dumb guy live back in the day, and that's my area of expertise. I'm not a WWE Evolve viewer, so maybe Kelly Armstrong is terrific, and I'm sure she's very great. However, Seri Yamaoka had one of the best rookie years I've seen in wrestling in quite some time. She would have been my pick. I think Senka Akatsuki was also terrific. Shino Daiki Nagai, all would have been fantastic choices. But what do I know? I think when we did the awards last year, I want to say not Lola Vice, Kelly Armstrong got, no, not Kelly Armstrong. I'm getting all my Evolve people mixed up. Kendall Gray
Kendall Gray,
got
yeah.
quite a lot of support, and that was before she was, making the wave she is now in NXT. So I was a little bit worried that the the WWE viewership are going to pile onto an Evolve talent and sweep the votes here, and that's what happened. But I think it was quite a strong strong category. So, what do I know? The people have spoken. Callie Armstrong, Rookie of the Year, is what it is.
Bring an endorsement, Jamie. I love it, brother. Let's go.
Yeah. Democracy. What can I say?
You're not mad. You're not mad, Jamie. Oh, you wouldn't be mad. You'd never be mad.
No. I'm perfectly fine, Joe.
Yeah.
This is.
I can tell, bro. I tell you, as you said, what do you know, right? You said that yourself. You definitely meant that when you said it. Definitely.
Well, yeah. It's not like that. There was only one award that I was really quite strongly in favor of one particular person.
No.
But,
What does he know? Oh man, that was you know what, Jamie? We love having you.
It's good. It's despite how it may appear, it is good to be here, Monty.
I know you're always excited about the awards, Jamie.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a little too let down by Kelly Armstrong here, but you had a horse in the race. Saree didn't. Yeah. She came second.
It's nothing against Kelly Armstrong in particular. I'm sure she's fantastic.
Sure. Okay, let's keep it moving. Most underrated 2025. Always a weird category because it's kind of like there's always kind of like a blend of like underbooked or actually underrated by fans or a mix of both. So it was always kind of a weird one. But our nominees this year were Queen Aminata, Montez Ford, Raquel Rodriguez, Fallon Henley, and Asuka from New Japan. So Joe Hulbert revealed on Friday that his pick was Fallon Henley because he believes she's the only person who's actually truly underrated, which speaks to kind of what I was just mentioning now about kind of like the different definitions and how people rate it and stuff like that. But we still put it on here because it's always nice to give someone who may not usually get it some recognition, But anything jumping out to you guys from these 5 nominees?
Nothing is underrated about Oscar.
No.
Like I just don't understand like how he would even end up in this category. He literally came off Excursion. They immediately belted him up. Immediately won Tospo, tag team of the year. I just don't see what's underrated.
But they all talk about you to Ice, bro. No one ever talks about Oscar.
Bombaclan.
Yeah. Oscar was the name that I put forward for this category. Now I understand. I get what you mean, Lyric, in terms of the he's had the recognition as a tag team with the Knockout Brothers.
Yeah.
But like Monty said, when everyone's talking about the Knockout Brothers, everyone's talking about Yuto Ice. And I think Oscar is one of the best foreign big men in Japan in quite some time.
I agree.
And I feel like people aren't saying it enough.
So this would be a perception thing then, Jamie, because as Monty said, some of these are like booking related. You're saying fans are actually underrating Oscar, right? Is the take? Which that makes sense.
Yeah.
I can understand that. Okay, I can understand that. And
like Monty said, it's always is it underrated, underutilized? How do we, people get in on all sorts of these different.
And I don't think he had his real breakout performance until New Year's Dash, honestly, within the tag team.
Oscar's definitely the big boy of that group. Like I feel like everybody, like you guys are saying, talks about Yuto Ice, but I don't feel like he's really underrated. I feel like it's really sad that Montez is on this list. It's really sad that the Street Profits are where they are currently. It's baffling that they have not just done this singles push with Montez at this point. Like at this point, it just feels like it's never going to happen.
It's not. It's a shame.
But he hasn't even gotten the here, damn, fine run. Like you've been asking for it for 5 years. Fine, here it is run. Like, and that's so the bottom of the barrel. Like the bare minimum that what you should have been doing with this guy by now.
The message that WWE has sent is that yes, we will be booking black men now, but we're just getting new ones. None for you.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And honestly, I think if you're saying out of that group, the more underrated guy from that group is Dawkins. Dawkins, I feel like, is shortchanged a lot, and he's
Yes.
much better in ring than people give him credit for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dawkins he's an animal when he's let loose.
He's actually underrated. Legitimately underrated.
Yeah.
Correct.
Because that's it. If you're Montez Ford and you've been underrated for like 5-6 years, I don't think you're underrated anymore. If the populace agrees that you're underrated, then you are just underpushed. And I know that's what this ends up being.
He's in this category in the same way that like Dolph Ziggler and Chad Gable have been in this category.
Yeah.
In that, like,
Chad Gable
so many times he's not underrated. You know,
No.
we all know how good he is.
Winners. Most underrated 2022 was Chad Gable.
Mm-hmm.
In 2023, it was Daniel Garcia. In 2024, it was Chad Gable again.
Just run it back.
He would be damn near 40 still, most underrated. Hang it up, bro.
They must have been rating him in 2023. I think he was on the nominee list though in 2023. So, the Gable Award.
The Chad Gable Award is crazy.
But yeah, most underrated 2025. Queen Aminata, Montez Ford, Raquel Rodriguez, Fallon Henley, and Oscar. And the winner is for 2025 Queen Aminata. Which I think is kind of interesting because she's definitely someone who had classes underutilized.
Yeah.
For a majority of her run in AEW. I do think she does get a lot of fan appreciation when they actually see her in the ring wrestling, but she's not really somebody. There was like a moment of it for a couple of months, but she's not really somebody that I see too many people like screaming and calling for when she's not around, and it seems like she's not around as often as she used to be. I don't know. It's I can see where this came from,
Yeah,
I can see why somebody would vote this way. Yeah, because she's really good. Like I'd put her towards the top end when it comes to AEW's in-ring performers and the women's division. She's great, man, and like I said, I can see how she could get votes for this and subsequently become the winner. So congratulations, I think. What do you say most underrated?
I think she's probably AEW's 6th woman of the year, in the sense of somebody who came off the bench, put up numbers every single time. And I think Danny, my co-host, Black Girl Wrestling, said this of just there's been a noticeable gap on television since she's been injured because she brought a certain level of hate to the screen, like just and everything now in the division is so like really kooky and friends just getting along. Like there's no blood, there's no grit. She brought a certain level of intensity, I think, to the division that really was a highlight, especially in the summer. And you can tell it's noticeable when she's gone, and I hope that whenever she comes back, that presence is really honored with a substantial push.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's really interesting just seeing like the different roles that people get put into on like TV wrestling a lot of the time. Because the big role that Queen Aminata ended up playing in AEW this year was being Tekla's TV program. And they did the big blow off, hardcore match on TV, whereas, Jamie Hayter was Tekla's big pay-per-view program. And you need each of those roles to be filled over the course of the year, but it doesn't mean that the person who's losing the TV feud is going to get a chance to shine that much. So to make such an impression on the fans, to know that Queen Aminata is that talented while being put, towards the lower end of the totem pole in terms of like where she falls on the roster and getting wins and being showcased and that sort of thing. She's made the most out of like every opportunity she's had to show how good she is. And I can only hope that she gets to move up the totem pole and that role to lose the TV feud isn't hers just by default, that someone else can get moved into that position when Queen Aminata then moves up the ladder.
And I think it could be argued, and I really enjoyed Tekla and Jamie's pay-per-view match. Like I think it was really, really good. And I think it was especially cool to see a non-title feud make a pay-per-view. I do think that Queen Aminata performed so well that when Jamie actually came back, because obviously she was the replacement for that feud, but like when Jamie actually came back, I don't think Jamie Thekla ever really reached the heights that the Aminata Thekla feud really had, as far as people being invested and like, that real hate factor that I think that they had going on. Like, I don't think that it really reached that level, which is rare. That is rare when like the TV feud in some ways kind of feels, I don't know, just more intense than the pay-per-view.
Yeah, it's always an interesting category. It's an interesting category. She joins Chad Gable and Daniel Garcia.
The Chad Gable Award. I mean, it's clear Tony likes her. That's the best thing I could say out of everything with Aminata for the past year. You can tell certain wrestlers that Tony seems to like because he books them a lot. She just lost a lot, and I think that's the only reason why you could, in some ways, consider her underrated. I think it was a real shame that she got injured right before the blood and guts match because she really belonged in that match for all the stuff she did with Tekla ahead of it. And this is going to sound like a crazy comparison, but don't kick me out of here. don't let me out of the room. I feel like she did what Big Swole did for Britt in that year when Britt turned heel, and that like Big Swole was really that foil that she needed to like really get people to buy in. And we don't have to talk about the quality of like matches in comparison. That's not really the point. Apples to oranges, but you know what I mean.
I'm so confused.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think Thekla gets over. Thekla does not become nearly as big of a star as she is in AEW right now without Queen.
Which is that's really the point I was trying to make with that comparison. It's just we don't talk very much about the dentist around here, but
she's been Bruno treatment. Good lord.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, Britt Baker wasn't on this list.
She wasn't on TV either.
But she wasn't. Wait, how long has she actually been on off TV? No.
She like
a year. Over a year now.
Yeah, it was like last September.
Yeah, she did like 1 or 2 matches post All In, and then I remember she was scheduled for that because they were trying to set up a program between her and Mariah for the world title. She was supposed to wrestle Willow that day, and then they said they pulled her last minute. She was sick, and then we never heard about her again.
Never got that Serena Deeb program. The no one cares, nobody cares promo. I think we'll live.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I'm sure.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, shout out Queen Aminata. Like I said, joining very, very prestigious company. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully 2025 she comes back as soon as possible and she's thrown in the mix again and she can show what she can do again, and then surely she'll climb that ladder, bro. You know? She'll climb that ladder. Alright, so anything else on Queen Aminata in the category before we get out? Well, before we move on.
No, she's awesome.
Yeah, I thought the stuff she was doing with Diana was also good, and we didn't really get the end of that as well because of like the injury stuff. But
Okay, let's keep it moving. Most improved 2025. We are looking at Callum Newman, Harley Cameron, Raquel Rodriguez, JC Jane, and Mai Sakurai. Okay. Where do we start here? JC Jane I think she's been very solid for a very, very long time. She's like actively very good, to be honest. But I think she ends up on a category like this because of her, I don't know, going from somebody who was kind of almost like a Queen Aminata in NXT, where she was always putting people over and putting everyone else over for the title, and she was actually finally given the ball within NXT at least to, you know, kind of run with the top title in the division, and she'd done so very, very well. So well that she even became the Knockouts Women's Champion as well at the same time. She had a very, very, very good year, even though it's not like she's gone from, you know, a shitter to being good. Like, she was already decent, and she just had a very, very good year. So, shout out JC Jane, Harley Cameron as well. Very much a fan favorite amongst the AEW audience, of course. Very early in her career, so she's obviously she's always kind of slowly improving. Raquel Rodriguez, kind of, she had like an awakening midway through the year, you know, where I don't know. Kevin Nash had a few things, you know. He was like, you know. Jamie, Jamie, talk to me about Mai.
Yes, Mai Sakurai is. I believe she was up for this last year as well. So she was back in Stardom. Was kind of one of the most green wrestlers on the roster originally, with kind of alongside Tam Nakanomi and Shirakawa in Cosmic Angels, and she kind of rose up the ranks. She joined Julia in Donna Del Mondo, and then she was one of the few Stardom wrestlers to jump over to Marigold with Utami, Julia, etc. And towards the tail end of her Stardom run, the character sort of started to shine. But then I would say middle of 2024 is when she really sort of evolved her game in the in-ring sense, and she has a match with Julia where she kind of absorbs the last of Julia's power, I want to say, before Julia leaves, and kind of takes over that spirit. And I believe I voted for Mai Sakurai in this, but on reflection, I may have shifted my vote slightly. I think she improved more last year, and then this year was kind of her just refining her game and becoming a kind of established main event player, which I think still puts her in the mix for this category, absolutely. But to see where she's come from like a kind of a long-term perspective in terms of being sort of bottom of the barrel in Stardom to a viable world champion contender in Marigold, I think has been remarkable. So she's absolutely one that's worthy for this category.
Yeah, and Callum Newman, Joe's neighbour, Romford Newman. Yep. Joe, this is who got your vote. You want to just quickly elaborate again on why?
Well, because I'm terribly biased and he's from Romford. No, I think he I think he matured a lot as a pro wrestler, legitimately. Yeah. Like, his physique is the obvious thing. Mm-hmm. I think he just really grew into the role in every which way. I think where he stands now and feeling like a genuinely important piece for them, I think shows you what 2025 was for Callum. I think there are names here that were good and got more of an opportunity. I think there are names here that, to be completely frank, I think it's more of a story how much better they've got than how much better they've actually got. I think Callum Newman actually grew into like a different type of pro wrestler. Okay. And I think his ceiling and such has been adjusted as a result. So he was my vote beyond the bias of the fact he's from Romford, which is terrific and is important. So people should consider that. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anything else anybody wants to add on these nominees?
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think I voted for Callum, but I think Callum and May have just really strong cases. May was like one of the worst wrestlers that started. Like, god awful. And I always really liked her. I really thought like she was really charismatic, and I liked her gimmick of calling like all the men poor and ugly. But she really, like, every time I watch her wrestle now, I'm like, oh my God. Like, if you line up the members of Donna Del Mondo right now, and if you told me that May was going to be like at the top end and like success currently, I would have never believed you. But she's completely turned everything around. And Callum, Callum was able to get, like, he was able to get quality matches out of Naito in Naito's 2025 condition, which is, like, when I say in the last 2 years of Tetsuya Naito's career, most of his best performances have been with Callum Newman, either in singles or tag action. That is not an exaggeration. You can go look at it for yourself if you haven't seen it already. He just has a really great awareness of, I think, adapting to the opponents around him. I think his world title match last year with Goto was fantastic. Yeah. And I think him really refining that look, and really breaking out of the Osprey clone allegations. He is really
prevalent allegations.
Man, and here's the thing. I was saying that they should really get rid of United Empire altogether. Like, especially since like you already got rid of LIJ, Bullet Club is halfway out the door. I was all for just getting rid of United Empire. But he is the reason why I think it's still standing, and I think why I'm so excited about it this year. Callum, especially I think at a time where being a foreigner in New Japan it seems like, so many people are on their way out. It's a lot of turnover. He's the guy. I think he's the only foreigner with a multi-year contract with New Japan, which just doesn't happen. Like Aussie Open was begging for one and didn't get it. So I think it just proves the type of faith that they have in him. He was my pick. I think he's the guy.
Yeah. It was looking spooky for United Empire at 1 minute. Like, you had the TJP stuff on Twitter, and I was just like, what's going on? Very glad that they came out on the other side of that, because it was looking real weird, man.
They've become the heel faction over there now, which is
absolutely.
It's been interesting.
Callum Newman, interestingly enough, when we announced the nominees for this, he seemed to be a little bit divisive.
Yeah, he definitely still is.
Yeah. So
I've not actually watched actual New Japan in like 2 years though, so like they just assume like, oh my gosh, Ospreay clone. I think that is, and I've had to explain that to people. Just like, oh, I'm not really into Callum Newman, but I also haven't seen him since 2023. Well, no shit, like I wouldn't be into bro either. He's not the same guy that Ospreay like pulled in, when brought up to New Japan. Like, he's just not, so I think you actually have to watch modern New Japan to really have an opinion on Callum.
Yeah, well, that would have been my my view on him a year ago, probably too. In terms of how the reaction built up. And I was checking out the replies to it, which I think kind of shows why he's here. If you followed New Japan, then you know that he's absolutely deserving to be in and amongst this category. I'm looking forward to seeing what 2026 has for him, because, like I say, being the new kind of top heel faction in New Japan, I think it's going to suit his game to a T. So I'm looking forward to seeing where he can go from here.
Yeah, man, and obviously like Harley Cameron as well. It's just like she's obviously like she's became a fan favorite, EW, and she's had her moments throughout throughout 2025 as well. So the Australian match in Mercedes, that was 2025, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was like a huge run for her, bro. So I know it was a long time ago now, but I think obviously it's worth shining a little light on that run that she had. Like there was like a lightning in the bottle moment with Harley Cameron for a moment there.
Yeah.
And and she's kind of like just she's kind of gone along throughout the year, and of course she wins tag titles with Willow. But if we're talking like straight up improvement, like she's kind of like, she's got more popular and stuff, but it's not like she's gone from like A to B quite yet. And I'm sure she will, but because it seems like her attitude towards the game is very, very good, so we'll see. And Raquel Rodriguez, bro, like I said, I know I was kind of like saying it like almost ironically, but like she like literally had an awakening like midway through the year and became a completely different wrestler. And like Raquel in NXT was definitely like quite a exciting, or at least noteworthy, like prospect, if that's what you would even call her. Someone to watch, definitely. And when she was NXT champion, it never seemed like she was out of her depth or anything like that. Like, she was going toe to toe with Rhea Ripley down there, and when she first comes up to the main roster, it was like, and I can say it now. Like, she became so bad over over an extended amount of time. But she became so bad. It's like she was low on confidence. It was almost like she quite didn't know what she wanted to be in ring and stuff like that. And it was honestly quite weird to watch at points, because she did get, like I said again, like I thought she got really bad, to be honest. And she's truly has bounced back now. And I know that we kind of like scoffed at the idea earlier of her potentially challenging Stephanie for the title and winning the title and going on to face Liv at Mania. But the fact that that's even can be floated out there is kind of a testament to the progress she's made in, I guess, over the course of 2025. So, yeah, I think out of these, I think at the start of 2025, Raquel was probably like, you know, she wasn't at like the best place, you know, put it lightly.
Yeah.
So,
that stretch where she was just coming out and like smiling and then doing the back flex, it's like it just felt like they were like doing all the cue card stuff. Like, all right, hit the pose, smile. All right, smile. Don't forget to smile. And it's like it just it didn't feel natural at all. It was just not good.
Yeah. It's tough. For a very long time, it was like they applied all the wrong lessons to Raquel Rodriguez because, like you said, when she was in NXT, when she was that NXT champion, they did the little like trios photo shoot of her, Bianca, and Rhea, like right after WrestleMania in 2021. Like that was supposed to be like the new trio that was going to ascend, and that was your future of the women's division. And then Bianca and Rhea have, never looked back from there, and Raquel had never come close to reaching those heights again. And I don't know, like someone got in her ear and just wiped her mind of all those bad lessons to be learned. Because
Big Diesel, bro.
Big Daddy Cool, man, saved her career. Like goes in there and just now she is wrestling like someone who is unique. Like before, I really couldn't tell the difference between, Rhea Ripley defends the title on a pay-per-view against Raquel, and Rhea Ripley defends the women's title on a pay-per-view against Zoe Stark. Like it was the same thing, right? Like you could apply the same WWE pay-per-view match formula to both women, despite those women being nothing alike in the ring. And now you can't do that. Now Raquel has changed her style to the point that it not only highlights her, but works within the context of whatever match she's doing. And to think that there's even a possibility that she could be walking into WrestleMania as a world champion, it sounds so foreign to where we were thinking even at the start of last year. So with the context of all these names and everything, my pick for this is Callum Newman because of very many of the same reasons that everybody has said. Again, very much put it together in 2025, where before he was impressive in like bursts. You could see clips of Callum Newman running real fast and doing impressive things. But if you actually watch the matches, then a lot more of the criticism would tend to come out. But in 2025, it really felt like he put a lot of the pieces together in terms of how to present yourself and how to have a good match, not just how to do the things that some people look at as making a match seem cool or important and all of those things. Like he had the matches both with Goto up and down the card, always being a highlight of the shows that he was on. And again, when you look back at the opinions that people have had over him over the last 2 years or so, again, I am very happy to see Callum Newman, as again, someone I've been watching for quite a few years now, the British scene and whatnot, step up and hopefully set himself up for a very big 2026. And I will very, very eagerly await the results of this, and then I will probably hop off. But I thank you all for my time here. This has been very fun.
We appreciate you. I'm happy you didn't you didn't come on and bury everybody and grumpy Tempest. That was it seems like we see the light at the end of the tunnel now. The AEW Dynamites have got a bit more life to them. The top of the card is a lot better.
NFL season's over, brother. Hey, NFL season's over. We're good. We're good for another 9 months.
But yeah, man, of course, Tempest catching with Sat, who unfortunately he couldn't join us because he's got an actual real radio show, and we were starting this at the same time that he was doing that. So, but you can catch those on Thursday for the Dynamite review. But yeah, just go through some previous winners of the Most Improved Award 2022. The 2022 awards are so mad. It's like a time machine, bro. Like it's, oh man. So 2022 Most Improved, The Acclaimed.
Sorry.
Remember those? Remember those times? Yeah, like
at
it's
the time,
crazy.
that was
Sorry.
it was a different time, bro. Like I remember their like big come off. You know what I mean? Like it's.
I mean,
And
actually,
that made sense for that time. It did.
Yeah, it did.
that's fair.
It
That was
did.
right after the All Out match, and like the way they turned that crowd. So that makes
man.
sense.
Yeah,
They would have been tag champions when that would have been given out. You
Yeah.
know, to go from underneath like the Ass Boys double feature team to being tag champs in the span of a year, like it makes sense as, you know, fairly odd as it is to hear now.
And that first All In, like they got one of the biggest reactions of the night in Wembley, like hands down, like easily.
Jeremy, you're being called to get on a FM Football Manager. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
This what
I'm trying to take Birmingham to the Premier League, Montel.
I can get down with that. You know, that's important business. All right, so 2022 was the Acclaimed. 2023 was Dominic Mysterio.
Fair.
And 2024 was my boy, the ruler, Obafemi. And 2025, joining them as the winner of the Wrestlepurists Most Improved Wrestler of 2025 is Raquel Rodriguez.
Raquel
Rodriguez getting the win with, if you bear with me for a few seconds.
That makes sense. Makes sense because it was a kind of. It felt like it was a
29.6%.
I felt like there was a shift. I get it.
It was.
Yeah,
There definitely was.
There's elements that have probably gone too far in the other direction now, but for that moment in the year where she really turned the corner, I get it completely. Definitely.
Who came in second?
Who came in second? So, most improved, Raquel won with 29.6%, and second was JC Jane with 24.9%. Then Harley Cameron, then Mai, and then Callum Newman came dead last.
Really?
People don't watch, man.
Unacceptable.
Dead last, bro. Dead last.
Agree with this.
Mai finished above him, bro. So it's not even like, it's New Japan. It's like Mai's got a smaller platform than him.
Yeah.
You know?
I endorsed him.
Joshi fans are fierce. I will be honest. I genuinely think like, and I wonder how they're going to like change this perception this year, especially heading into like Forbidden Door season. The amount of very few people this side of the Pacific Ocean are watching New Japan now, like, and it's a very small amount, and they have no awareness of like who the current like top stars are, and so I'm very interested to see how that's going to be combated with these new U.S. shows, G1 US, and I can tell they know that. I think that's also why there's going to be a G1 USA date, and even like Unbound Company, showing up on Collision this weekend. It's very clear there's a huge disconnect, a bigger one than we've seen in a very long time.
It's definitely for a while. For a while.
Yeah, that's surprising. Callum was my pick to win this one. I think he kind of had by far the most interesting thing from New Year Dash this year with Ospreay, and just like what that can turn into later this year. I'm already excited for.
Same.
Yeah, and look, Raquel is deserving in terms of like in ring. I just think for me, I think Callum made a bigger jump character wise, and I think he completely came up from under the perception that he was just a Ospreay clone for me. I was
going to say I think he also changed up like his trajectory too.
Yeah,
in the sense of I think he went from somebody who seemed to be slotted as typical foreign role player to this is going to be a top star, and I'm not sure if a lot of other people in the category made that jump from like his entire trajectory is different now, but I get it, it wasn't loud, it wasn't very loud.
And United Empire really needed a definitive leader as well, and I think that's where he really stepped in the void for them, because United Empire would be kind of dead in the water if he did not step up and take that role as leader. But again, Raquel is deserving. JC Jane was an interesting one for me because I don't think JC Jane improved that much as a wrestler. I think she was already really good. I think a lot of people just didn't know. I think she just got booked better this year.
Yeah. JC was always
given a chance, actually give him real chance with the ball, like, as far as
Sometimes
NXT
that's all it
goes,
takes. Sometimes all you need is a bit more people having eyes on you compared to before, and that will be enough. Shout out to Raquel. She did improve. Other people on the list, I think, might have been less deserving, but they didn't win. So I'm not going to get mad at that. So shout out to Raquel. On that note, I'm going to hop off. Thank you all. I look forward to catching up on the rest of the results in the morning, but have a lovely evening.
Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate you all. Ta-ta.
Someone said, what was Raquel's best match last year? Where is it? Some of those tag matches with Liv were like great. Like I remember like the Bianca and Naomi one. I think it was. That was that was very, very good by anybody's standards. Yeah. So even if it is in tag performances, like she plays a big role in those tag matches with Liv. So it's not even like I'd discredit them as it's only a tag. I hate when people do that anyway. But okay. Raquel joining very prestigious company, the acclaimed Dominic Mysterio, and of course the ruler Obafemi.
How did Obafemi win Most Improved? It feels like he just popped
because
out.
because he came out and it was like nobody has ever improved at this rate. Nobody has ever just came into the scene and
it feels like he just popped out like a mega.
So I mean, he could win it every year.
Yeah,
because we never stop. So it's just we never stop. So it just is what it is with Obafemi, innit? We win awards. It's what we do. Even though we only got one nomination this year, but we move. Those Wrestler of the Year awards will be in our future. But anyway,
soon come.
Moving on. Shout out Raquel though. Thought she had a really strong year. Very impressive with how she turned things around. Shout out Kevin Nash. Okay, now we are moving in to now we are moving in our classes like the top end, the heavy end of the awards, the ones that the people I'd assume come for, like the most improved, the most underrated, the rookies of the year, stuff like that. Like it's nice, give some recognition, but the heavyweight awards is this second half, Tag Team of the Year 2025. The nominees are the FTR, Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, Bandido and Brody King, the Young Bucks, and Kevin Knight and Speedball Mike Bailey, Jet Speed. Very strong category, I thought. FTR, especially, I want to say around mid-year, same as the Bucks, were looking very, very strong for this award, I thought. Jet Speed and Brody have almost been like revelations of 2025, like new tag teams and just having the best starts imaginable. Charlotte and Alexa, I think the way that they've managed to get that over, what Alexa has been able to do for Charlotte in terms of baby facing her, like a lot has been achieved with that tag team. And yeah, man, like some good tag team wrestling this year. Brody, though, of course, becoming tag champs. FTR tag champs at one point as well. I don't think the Bucks did. Charlotte and Alexa, they became tag champs at one point. So a very strong category. And previous winners. Let's look at some previous winners, courtesy of Jamie Ross. All right, 2022 Tag Team of the Year is FTR, which I honestly think is one of the best years the tag teams had in like the past 20 odd years. 2020. Then there's 2023 FTR again, and 2024 Fraxium. Man, they had bro. Fraxium had a great year last year. Well,
I just forgot.
It really makes you think, bro. Like they have fumbled them on the main roster, man. Like, and I know they're not exactly like, oh my god, these need to be dominating the division, but it's like they're coming off the year that I've just mentioned, Tag Team of the Year, and they were just kind of slotted in as just like guys,
I still think one of the craziest booking decisions from any company last year was having the tag division you had on SmackDown with Street Profits, DIY at one point, Motor City Machine Guns, Pretty Deadly, Fraxium, and then you book the Wyatts for most of this year as champions. Like, what were we doing? Like,
Tough business on
on
families,
earth we
as Joe
doing?
would say. You know?
Yeah, this is a scary award, very scary award. And there's potential for a lot of violent quote tweets that blame me for this. I'm innocent. FTR got my ballot. I'll be sending the graphic to the lads once they win, because I presume they will be. If they do not win, I'm innocent. I'm going to stress that again. I'm innocent. This is a big award. Tag Team of the Year, my favourite type of wrestling. The great tandems in our sport. A lot of AEW here. But that women's tag division in WWE absolutely did have a big year, and they're being
Big
represented
business,
here.
Joe.
They're being represented here by Charlotte and Alexa. So we'll see how it goes.
See, you see, like he wants to like be all technical, Joe. You know where his heart is, but
I just know
we know what.
I just want to make it clear that I'm just an observer. You know this, Monty. I get one ballot like everyone else. One ballot like everyone else. So that's almost making clear.
Okay, man. Whatever. I think you'll be okay though. You don't have to cover yourself up too much, you know. All right, so joining FTR ×2 and Fraxium as the Wrestlepurists Tag Team of the Year 2025, as voted for by the fans, the media, and everyone else, with 43.5% of the vote.
Wow.
Whoa!
Is
Didn't see that coming.
Brodito.
Wow.
Won't hear any arguments from me.
Bandito's second award of the evening, best in ring, and evidently the best tag team of the year 2025. Brodito, Bandito, and Brody King. What a year they had! Former tag champs. Obviously, we spoke at length about Bandito's year a bit earlier on, but yeah, man, just a great tag team, bro. I don't think there's. I've got enough. I'm not mad at this at all.
No.
No.
No,
I mean,
they were they were one of the most pleasant surprises of 2025 for me. Shouldn't have been in terms of what these two guys can do individually, but they ended up being a really entertaining tag team. So I think it's well deserved. I think for me, my pick was the Bucks because man, we had rough sledding at one point. They were still doing this gimmick with the vests and everything. I was like, listen, enough. Get them tassels back on. Get back to business. I've been very excited that that's been the case. They benefited the most from some of those multi-men matches in 2025. So they were personally my pick, but I can't be mad at this either.
Yeah, the Bucks were also my pick. I think that from the way that they started the year in New Japan, when they came back to AEW, I think that from a TV match perspective, those multi-mans and then the tag matches they had, I think that they were just, every time they went out there, you could tell that they were having fun. They were in the best shape of their lives and really boosted the tag division. But I will say, when it comes to this category, those 4 teams that came from AEW, I think that all of them really have all of them do deserve a spotlight for the year, because I think that the tag division at AEW was really contingent upon one having Young Bucks and FTR be, I think, mostly pretty healthy for most of the year, and I think very locked in. And I think that was a real great foundation for the tag division, and it showed, but also adding new blood to the tag division. And they were able to do it with those makeshift teams. Makeshift teams in AEW with top stars typically goes well. It's been very rare when it doesn't. And when you had Brodito and you added Jet Speed, those were like the boosts of life. And I think all these people just bounced off of each other incredibly well. And I think we're going to continue to see this year. I mean, you've added more people, but can't be mad at Brodito at all. I still think that match with Okada and Takeshita is one of my favorite tag matches of the year. Just, I mean, Young Bucks versus all these teams last year, Jet Speed 2, those matches just fantastic across the board. I think you couldn't have asked for a better, probably the best tag team year since I would say 2022.
Yeah.
For AEW, most likely, yeah.
I feel like it's the Bucks All-In match has kind of gotten slept on at this point. Like, it was so good.
It was.
And I don't feel like people talk about it nearly as much by the end of the year because it was such a great year for tag team wrestling.
Yeah, which is great, because I think at the beginning of last year, I even tweeted and said, like, I don't think that tag team wrestling is prepared for a post Young Bucks future. And I still don't think it is in a lot of ways, but I think that last year was the first time I was like, okay, oh wait, maybe, maybe there's some legs here. That so many teams are overperforming, and it just depends on how long some of these guys want to stay tag teams. I think that's really what it all comes down to. And but luckily, having been like Brodito really kind of had that, I think, that perfect mix, and Jet Speed too, to an extent, of guys being in a tag team, functioning really well, but still being able to do single stuff, but it doesn't mean they have to break up. And I think like if AEW is able to keep doing that, I think we're going to see a lot more great years from teams like this.
Yeah, 43.5%.
Wow.
Just to throw it out there as well, we'll go number 2 was Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, that Joe seemed very fearful of getting abused from.
How much did the FTR get? I need to talk to my lawyer.
So Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss got 24.2%. Number 3 was FTR at 13.7%.
Someone write it down.
Number
for me,
4,
contact people.
Young Bucks 12.6%,
Mm-hmm.
and number 5 was Jet Speed with just 6%.
They all had great years in different ways. Brodito's a fair winner. I'm surprised they won it by that margin. Is my genuine take on it. Like, they're obviously, I mean, we talked about Bandito earlier. I voted Bandito for almost every award, so no arguments here. But the percentage did surprise me. Absolutely, it did. I thought there would be more of a split with the AEW vote, and it was not the case. They obviously, I mean, clearly were, dominant in that regard. So, fair winners.
Bandito is so liked that I'm convinced that if you put him in any category from like now until at least for the foreseeable future, it's over. Like, bro, like just hang it up. He's like the male Willow Nightingale in that regard of just like, yeah, he just makes people feel things.
Yeah, man, he's the first multiple winner tonight,
And he's on his Kendrick run.
He's up for a couple more things as well, I believe. So,
what a guy.
Yeah, man. What a year, and as I said, I don't think it can be said enough. Like, he didn't even have a full year. He's literally coming back off injury. Then he got injury again, and he's just like, he has no right being here when you think about it. But here he is, bro, winning. But what a year. And obviously Brody King, is about to he's in the middle of a big program with MJF. Obviously we all like Brody King here. He's great. He was a great part of this tag team as well, and evidently so. It's tag team of the year with I think the biggest percentage of the vote so far. Yeah, it is. Even beat Kelly Armstrong was 41%. So yeah, man, 43.5%.
I think it'll be fascinating to see what this category looks like next year when you consider you could make a case for like 3 of the 5 nominees might not be tag teams next year.
Yeah.
But I think Bandito especially has got kind of such a kind of a big future ahead of him as a single star, at least I would say so, in terms of where he could be amongst that world title picture in the future. I would say the same for Kevin Knight. I think is the kind of guy you would push in the future out of Jet Speed.
Many are saying this.
I voted for the Young Bucks, but we established earlier that democracy doesn't work. So,
I mean, yeah,
you can't always trust the people.
Yeah, I think to your point, at this point, early on, it feels like this is Knockout Brothers category to win by next year.
I agree.
Yeah, I would say they're in the lead as things stand, but I would say New Japan right now are in the lead on a lot of bases. But that usually, is something to monitor as we get towards G1 season. So I'm, hopefully they can keep that form going. I think they'll, the tag they've got for New Beginner and Osaka looks pretty nice to me. So I think they'll be up for it. But I think Brodito were more than fair winners. But I like everyone involved in this category this year.
Yeah, really strong category, I thought. It's funny because I thought this was one of the hardest to predict. Like when we were talking about it Friday, and then Brodito just absolutely fucking just blow it out the water, bro. It's
the gap.
It's mad how it works.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I think everybody had quality, so I think popularity had to eventually just take over, which is cool.
Yeah, maybe we were underestimating just how light Bandito really is.
No, I think everybody is really underestimating. Like when he brought his granny on, screen, it was over, bro. Like, come on, he has it all.
Yeah, he's special, and congratulations to Bandito and Brodito. 2025 Tag Team of the Year. Okay, moving on. Jamie, are
Yes.
you sticking around? Are you bouncing?
I'm gonna jump out, people. I think that's gonna be it for me. I appreciate jumping on, despite me not getting the win I wanted in the Rookie of the Year category. You know, I had a good time. That's all that matters.
Thanks for making arguments against democracy and all the other things.
You know, it's sometimes people get it wrong. That's just how it is. You know.
We're well aware at this point with like how votes go as Americans.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to seeing who picks up the rest of the awards. But yeah, see you. I'll see you all guys later. Shout out to Dumb Guy Live. Shout out Hugo Ekatike. And shout out Giant Barber. I'll see you guys later.
Sweet. Okay, best on promos 2025. I like this award, you know, and let's just go through some previous winners because let's just do it. Previous winners for best on promos 2022 MJF, 2023 Christian Cage. What a run that was.
Yep.
2024 Drew McIntyre.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Who else was in the category in 2024? I wonder.
Oh, people really liked Drew, didn't they? At that point,
That was the big, the Punk feud and the referencing Twitter.com and stuff.
The bars.
Yeah. Twitter.com.
Before he went too insane with the Twitter stuff as well. So, you know, so yeah, for this year nominated we have John Moxley. Never a surprise to see him. Mm-hmm. John Cena, who had a very love it or hate it year on all fronts, especially on promos. I thought, as much as I kind of when I saw all the suggestions for nominees and stuff, and seen Cena's name repeatedly popping up, I was kind of like, huh? But then you got to remember, you got to step outside of your bubbles and stuff, and kind of be like, oh yeah, some people thought John Cena's heel promos were like high art, you know, like there was a lot of. I remember seeing a lot of that at the time, you know. So Cena, Hangman Adam Page cut some, especially towards the middle of the year, in his like feud with Mox and kind of his trajectory back to the title. Some very kind of impassioned promos from Hangman Adam Page that went over very well and helped build his story to winning the title back. His first few promos as champion as well got over very well. Tony Storm, much like Moxley, I don't think so. Whilst, especially as timeless Tony Storm, I don't think anybody can ever be surprised to see her pop up in this category. She's what a delightful bit of TV Tony Storm is. You know, she's wonderful. Obafemi. Those who know, you know. I can pull up a couple of Obafemi promos this year.
Yeah.
If you're wondering how's Obafemi get on this, hold up, bro. I got some clips for you. You know, my favorite Oba promo from last year was the one after he beat Ricky and he cuts the promo on Cody Rhodes. Phenomenal.
Yeah, for me it was the one before that in Madison Square Garden, or the theater in Madison Square Garden, where he cut the promo. Your daddy is home. That was it. The way the crowd erupted after he said that too, like, yeah, I was like, nah, he's out of here. It's time. Send him up to the main roster. Enough.
Yeah, he's special, bro. Like, I don't want to bore people too much of it, but it's the only award he's been nominated for this year, people. You know what I mean? I got to take these wins when I can, and yeah, man, Obafemi. Yeah, if you've kept track of his promos this year, I don't think it would be that surprising. But if you haven't, which is a lot of people, I'd assume, then you could probably be a bit like, huh, you know. And it's kind of an interesting category for promos, really. I think it's a weird category this year, you know. Moxley and Tony obviously are kind of like your usual names you'd expect to see here, but weird year for promos. You know? Yeah. Weird year for pro.
Hangman had some very respectable peaks, though. Very respectable peaks. Like, his best stuff was excellent. I don't know if he's as consistent as Moxley. I'm not sure. But we'll see what the vote says here in a second.
And I think we also need to be fair. John Moxley was consistent after a certain point. Like
Right.
some of the shit he was saying
That's
in
fair.
like
Yeah.
those first 3 months of the year, good lord.
Yeah.
Like, and I say this as he's in like my all-time top five. It wasn't great. And I think you could argue that for Tony for a bit too. I think like at the like the first maybe 9 to 10 months of the year were, I mean, phenomenal. And then after dropping the title, it started to wane a bit, like, and I think I can't speak for Obafemi because or Cena as much, but for all the AEW people nominated here, everybody was fairly inconsistent across the year. They have at least, I would say, anywhere between 1 to 4 months where it wasn't great, but the rest of the stuff was just godly, So it's kind of like with Hangman, just that Grand Slam Mexico promo is probably going to stand the test of time, And I think Tony, the promo she did right after Hollywood ending, under the spotlight, that one sticks out to me. And I think even her last promo before losing the title, and then John Moxley just spits hot fire all the time after he like got brought back to life,
Yeah, no, the Moxley promo after he won the Continental Classic was one of the best promos of the year. For
Incredible.
Me. We don't listen to any of the stuff people were saying on Twitter about whether that should be placed at that moment. Because what are you talking about? Toni Storm is, I think, the winner of this. She's at least my pick because she had so many moments this year. I mean, the reveal that she was playing the performance of a lifetime on Collision. And we got that line of what makes you think I've forgotten, and the way the crowd immediately jumps up for that, and just like she's had so many of those this year, though. Right. Like I think it's Tony heads and tails above everybody else.
Agreed.
Me too.
Okay, so Tony Storm. Of course, looks Tony. John, never surprised to see him in here. Obafemi, if you know, you know. John Cena, divisive, but you know what I mean? The masses, Hangman Adam Page, very good for a majority of the year, although we did have some down moments. A very kind of a weird year for promos. Joe, do you have any favourite promos from 2025?
Not particularly, no.
Anything stand out to you?
Especially beyond the ones we just spoke about. I mean, I didn't think it was a year of a ton of signature promos. I think the reason Tony was my vote is I think she would pretty easily lead that category in particular. Like individual promos you remember, I think she has the bulk of the ones I remember. I definitely agree with Lyric that Moxley's content, the first quarter especially, was like very questionable. His delivery is always 125%, sometimes to a fault of that first quarter because the stuff he was saying didn't really match what he was shooting for. But I didn't think it was a strong year in that regard, to be completely honest. But I think Toni Storm would lead the way in terms of promos that you actually remember the segments and what she was building.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have we seen the clip of her in the segment with Mariah at this point? Every time Mariah does anything, somebody comes with I sentence you to a lifetime of mediocrity. That's going to be like one of the most remembered promos from 2025.
Definitely. Okay. So joining MJF, Christian Cage, and Drew McIntyre as Best on Promos 2025 is Timeless Toni Storm. There she is.
Timeless. Exactly.
Timeless. With 31.3% of the vote. John Moxley narrowly coming second with 28.4%.
Well deserved.
The aces,
Storm,
I think those two, they delivered the ace of AEW promos for the year. Like whenever there was a time for people to rally the troops and really logo on the mat, really plant flag in the ground, it came from those two, and then Tony, and I think the cool part is that we actually got to see them in the same ring last year, doing the promo segment. and Tony was the bigger star, you know. And so that was actually really cool to see. Just this isn't just like a male or female category. Tony Storm, I think, is the best person with a microphone. And
Yeah, by far.
Yeah.
She just had too many big moments. I mean, like I forgot about Aragon Ballroom, and she was on the balcony. She cut that promo.
Yeah.
That was great. The promo during the tag tournament where she's backstage and she completely cut the interviewer off and cut that promo. That was fire. Like she just had too many great promos in 2025.
She's very special. Genuinely one of my favorite people in AEW over the past probably 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And look at that face, bro. You know, how do you not love it?
Yeah.
So shout out Tony Storm, promo of the year. No complaints from any of us. Very much some very special peaks and memorable promos that will be remembered long in the memory. So
don't go calling for God. He's a big fan of our work. Hey man, Tony was out of here in 2025, man.
She's good. She's good with the one lines, bro. You know, and
her content's great and her delivery's great. That's the thing, right? I think some of the nominees you can kind of put them in one category or the other. With Tony, she's an A+ in both. Which
man, listen,
worthy winner for sure.
Obafemi's an all rounder. You just need to. It's got to wait. It's got to wait to see it. Bro.
Always next year. There's always next year. Bro.
No, I thought towards the end of the year, particularly, he had some fire promos. Like the Ricky promo, the promo on Cody after he beat Ricky was great. But
even with Cody, like even though it was simple and it was very like typical of what you'd expect in kind of like a moment like that, top guy, new guy coming on the block sort of thing. He just the way he just like, that there was no pressure, bro. Like, do you know what I mean? Like he just went out there like he was meant to be out there, bro. So, but yeah, shout out all of them, especially Tony Storm, of course. Like I said, we love that face, bro. What a wrestler! What a professional wrestler. Okay. Next up, show of the year 2025. So, just to refresh our memories of previous years, because I'm enjoying doing this. I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but I enjoy it. 2022 show of the year was. Where is it? Forbidden Door, AEW New Japan Forbidden Door 2022. Was that the first one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that changed my life. That show was amazing.
That was a moment in time, man. A moment in time.
Yeah. That was a Claudio debut.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tana versus Mox.
Yep. Tana's amazing. That match.
Osprey versus Orange Cassidy.
Oh, Osprey, Orange Cassidy.
Sting twisting El Phantasmo's nipples. I mean,
that show was great. Yeah, great show.
2023 was WrestleMania 39 Night 1, which was main evented by Kevin and Sammy defeating the Usos.
Yeah,
which was, in my opinion, the greatest tag match in WWE history. So,
that might have been the best WrestleMania I've seen in my lifetime.
The vibes for that were incredible too.
Truly.
Like it was that's something that I don't know if they've matched that particular element since, to be honest. Like it actually had a real feel good show vibe for it. The next night obviously was hilarious as a result. But
I say time and time again, WrestleMania 39 would be considered one of the all time greats if Cody would have won on night 2.
Yeah,
I think
go on.
Both as a 2-night show, it would be considered one of the greatest WrestleManias of all time.
Yeah, it felt like the series finale. Honestly, for me, it felt like the real series.
You had the Ray Dunn match where Ray comes out with Snoop, and it's like comes out to Snoop, you know. Yeah, godly. What else was really good on that show? Rhea and Charlotte. That was definitely
that was night 1, right?
Career highlight for both of them.
Yeah.
We've lost Joe momentarily. Don't know where he's gone. I'm sure he'll be back. So that was 2023. 2024 show of the year was Mania 40 Night 2. So Cody finally getting the job done. You know, people fucked with it, man. You know, it was a good. It was also a really
Fuck
good
with
show. It was, you know, the people fuck with it, bro. You know, but yeah, WrestleMania XL, as they call it. I think it was XL. Yeah, it was WrestleMania 40. It was XL, wasn't it?
Yes.
So yeah, so that was show of the year in 24, and this year we've got WWE Evolution. A very great show. The women absolutely showed out, and you know it was one of those shows where the quality and the performance of the show completely surpassed the effort that WWE as a promotion put into that show. You know, definitely a great show against the odds kind of thing. AEW All In, of course, the very top end of that show has some great moments. Of course, Hangman Adam Page finally beating the Death Riders and John Moxley, very special. Elimination Chamber, 2 good Chamber matches, and also we got the Sami and Kevin Owens match. Of course, the Chamber's probably here more on kind of like historic moment. We've seen a turning heel, and in a vacuum, obviously that was you know what I mean. It's what you get after, which was the problem, you know. So Chambers here, All-Star Grand Queendom, one of the best top to bottom cards comfortably of the year.
Ever.
Had the Tam retirement match on it as well, like you know. Then Double or Nothing, which was my vote. I thought it was the best top to bottom show of the year. A lot of people like compared to All In. I thought All In was more like. You think of the moments that I just mentioned of like Hangman winning the bout, and that may sway you, I think. But if you when you actually look at the cards, like Double or Nothing was outrageous, bro. Like, with the Owen stuff, and it was just it was outrageous. Joe's internet died. He's gonna reset his router. He said.
Okay.
So he'll be back, but he's probably gonna miss this award at least. But any fond memories of these shows or anything that jumps to mind seeing this list of titles, lyric, Phil?
Yeah. I will say Evolution is the only WWE show that I watched in full last year, and it was fantastic. And I thought that I love the production of it. I love the fact that it wasn't like a million LED barricades, and I love the fact that it wasn't so many ads. Like I think even that alone, just stripping down the presentation of it, just was enough for me to say like this is WWE's best show of the year. But the action was great. I think Io, Rhea, Naomi was incredible. I thought that the tag stuff was cool. Like I thought that it was just a really strong show, and I really wish that not just WWE, but I think AEW could afford too, of just really, I think, meet the talent where they are. I think it used to be a time where you could say that, oh yeah, there's just not that many good women's wrestlers. It's not like, it's just from the talent isn't there, but it's just like, it feels like we have these companies, they are stacked. They have war chests full of like some of the best athletes ever. When it comes to North American women's wrestling, and I would love to see more of this. Like, it's no reason why Evolution can't be a yearly thing. It's no reason why AEW can't run, a women's supercard show. Thought that was great. I think that All In was great, especially the upper card. I will say, like, the highs are really high, and I think it carries the show. But especially if you was in that building, man, that first part of that show was rough. Like it was pretty rough. Things started going from bad to worse. Then the Adam Cole situation happened, and then men's casino gauntlet wasn't great. I think by the time we got to the women's casino gauntlet, I think everything was smooth sailing. I mean, the Young Bucks tag match, Swerve and Ospreay, was amazing. And I mean, Tony versus Mercedes, Omega Okada, I mean, that triple main event, really carried. So I think the highs are the highs. All-Star Grand Queendom and Double or Nothing, I think, are where it gets a toss-up for me. Because, I mean, that last stretch, those last, I would say, 5 or 6 matches of All-Star Grand Queendom are godly. Like, of just going back to back to back. You have Mayu Mayu's last match in Stardom on that show versus Shuri, which in my opinion, was a 5-star match for the IWGP Women's Championship. And then later you have Tam versus Saya, which I think is going to be one of the defining women's matches of this decade. I don't think you'll be able to talk about Joshi wrestling from this decade without referencing that match at least once, because I think that's how impactful it is. And just think about what that did for Stardom afterwards. But Double or Nothing is perfect. it just Double or Nothing is perfect. And when you get to that last match, from the way that it was lit, like the lighting of it was one of the rare times where I think that AEW was not, I don't want to say replicate, but it's the closest that they've gotten to like a big match New Japan presentation. Like it felt like a New Japan match happening on American soil. And I think that's kind of like the biggest, that's probably the best compliment that I know how to give it. It was just great. Anarchy in the Arena, I think it was the best they've ever done. What else was I'm trying to think. What was the women's match?
I think it was Tony Mina Shirakawa,
which was great.
As well.
Which was
really Jamie Mercedes opened the show. Mark Briscoe versus Ricochet stretcher match on that show was so good.
Incredible.
Like sleeper match on that card.
Okada showed up for a match.
Okada Speedball was amazing.
Was amazing. And so and even though I wasn't like super thrilled about the match, we got Nigel McGuinness on that card, which I'm always happy to see him. It was just, I think the vibes were impeccable. And I think you had first Double or Nothing outside of Vegas, which I think Phoenix was an incredible crowd. Yeah. And I think that it was just, how do I say it? In years past, Double or Nothing was easily the weakest pay-per-view on the calendar. Like it had just been week Double or Nothing. This felt like a true return to form for what was the first show. Which should always be a very important show to AEW. It felt like the importance of Double or Nothing was renewed last year. So
yeah.
And I guess on that note, joining 2 WrestleManias and the first Forbidden Door as the show of the year 2025 is AEW Double or Nothing. What else? What else? It won the vote with 34.1%. WWE Evolution came in second with 24.7%. But yeah, man. Double or Nothing, phenomenal show. Obviously, we just ran over some of the matches, but Mercedes, Jamie, we got the Nigel McGuinness match with FTR, which wasn't the greatest, but I mean, Dave liked it. He gave it 4.5 stars.
I'm sure.
Ricochet, Mark Briscoe, and the stretcher match with the ambulance, and that phenomenal. Okada Speedball. Okada actually decided to show up in that one. Great match. Tony Mina, very solid stuff. Anarchy in the Arena was really good, and obviously the main event with Hangman and Ospreay was, otherworldly like. But a phenomenal show, man, top to bottom. Very little downtime on this one, man. One of the best pay-per-views I think they've ever done, to be honest. Maybe not the best, but I think it's probably rightfully in the conversation.
I think it is one of the best.
I honestly think it's the greatest AEW pay-per-view of all time. Up to that point, I thought it was All Out 2021. But to me, it's Double or Nothing at this point. Just starting off strong with Jamie Mercedes, ending it with what I thought was match of the year, Ospreay versus Hangman. Sticking the landing with Hangman's redemption arc, and a lot of people really felt like Ospreay were going to win that match, and it was a legitimate surprise when Hangman won.
I just knew he was. Oh my God, I cried that night.
Bro, and I arguably feel like that moment of him winning the Owen hit harder for me because I didn't see it coming than the moment at All In, because I didn't think he was going to win. And, I agree. I think that was the best Anarchy in the Arena match. I think when you're looking for like a match that sums up what AEW is as a company, what makes it special, like warts and all, quirkiness, their humor, and like their style of wrestling. That Anarchy in Arena match sums it up perfectly. I don't know if I picked any like AEW pay per view that I would show to somebody that's never been to an AEW show, and like this is what AEW offers that other companies don't. It would be the show.
I think also too of just it was just so foundational. I think that they nailed the pageantry of the Owen, of just like the prestige that I think 2025 was the year that they really nailed it in the sense of how the Owen should be presented, like creating that, that road to WrestleMania feel, of they from the beginning, Mercedes winning, but definitely at the end, I think with Hangman winning, and I think that that's where you kind of establish this big three of the Hangman Osprey Swerve relationship that we saw, really pan out, on the road to All In. I think it goes back to even Swerve and Anarchy in the Arena and the Omega pairing of it. It was a very this is AEW show from top to bottom. And you can't beat that. Tony Storm, I think that was what her second pay-per-view, like post Mariah. I think that world title reign was going incredible.
Willow and Anarchy in Arena match as well.
Yes,
like
Maria, like, and the ops. It was just you can't really ask for much more than what Double or Nothing gave. Like that was, and I think for fans, like for especially like people who have been watching AEW for a long time, Elite fans, Hangman fans, people. I just knew. I said Osprey's going to win this. I just hope both sides have fun. I said, oh my God. I couldn't believe that. And I think so many of us, I rode that high for weeks.
Yeah.
For weeks. It felt, and so many people were texting me. They were like, I just booked the flight. Like, I think for so many people, that was the night they decided to go to All In. Like, I knew so many people who had flat out was just like, nah, I'm skipping it. Like, I'm just going to skip it. And even me, I wasn't planning on, I was going to go to Dallas just because I have friends in Dallas anyway. But I was just like, man, I'm not going for that full week. I might just show up Saturday morning. I said, I'm not in that mood. I might just show up Saturday morning. I said, I booked the flight for Wednesday. I said, let's start early. We going to Dynamite, Collision, Karaoke, Starcast.
Bro, Texas was a time too. Like I still think about Texas, bro. Like
people say, man, like like as somebody who's kind of like I guess around circles or whatever, like the media's reaction coming home from Texas that weekend is like one of the most positive. Yeah, it's like the most positive I've seen, like media members coming out of a show for like not just the show, like the actual experience of like going there and
especially I went to WrestleMania week last year, and I went to All In week last year, and I've even been to Wrestle Kingdom week. There was something
night and day, bro.
That entire weekend of it felt like we were at summer camp, even at Starcast. Like everybody's so happy. The air conditioning barely worked. We like when I say anything that you can possibly think of to go wrong was going wrong, and everybody's just so happy to be here,
bro. Texas was incredible. Me and Ray said that all the time, like because we went to both too, and bro, comparing it to WrestleMania weekend, it was night and day, bro. It was so much fun.
And they didn't charge you an arm and leg for everything. You can literally, like, at that karaoke event, Will Ospreay and Bryan Danielson are literally walking amongst you, like, casually, and you paid $20 to get in here. And it just can't even compute in your brain that this is even happening. And Blake Christian is up there singing Vanilla Baby. And everybody's drunk and having the best time. Like,
what? Yeah.
Nothing like it.
Amazing weekend. That's why, like, All In, like, great memories from All In weekend. That show was great. For me, Double or Nothing is still the better show.
For sure.
I'm glad Evolution is getting so much recognition because it was by far the best WWE pay-per-view of 2025.
100%.
To echo what Lyric was saying, I think the thing that really made it feel better is that it was just like straightforward wrestling. It wasn't all of the ads. It wasn't all the filler in between matches. And then the matches were fantastic. The main event was great. Naomi getting her moment.
Yeah.
Loved that for her. Like the cash in was awesome. I mean, just the main event up to the cash in was really good as well. Charlotte's redemption from the Royal Rumble up to that point, and her getting booed in Chicago and getting to the point where that crowd wanted her to Alexa to win. Like, yeah, Evolution deserved a lot of recognition it got.
But yeah, I've got nothing against the top two at all. But okay, show of the year 2025, AEW Double or Nothing, very deserving. But moving on, Booker of the year. Booker of the year. Some of you will notice that there is no Triple H on this list, so let's run through some of the previous winners of Booker of the year. So 2022 Booker of the year was Tony Khan. 2023 Booker of the year was Triple H. And 2024 was Triple H.
Yeah.
And now he's not even on the nominee list. Funny how wrestling works, isn't it?
This was by far his worst year as a booker. I'm not
By
surprised at
miles,
all.
including
Like,
NXT and everything.
This was his worst year as a booker. This is the most criticism I've seen him get from fans and media members alike, and kind of like the most like reaction we've seen from like wrestlers and certain things. Like this is the most people have been down on Triple H. It's interesting to see.
Yeah, it is.
Always got a plan.
Yeah, man. There's always a new era, bro. Always a new era, bro. But okay, so we have. So Triple H not nominated, but who is nominated is Rivera and Ma from CMLL. Of course, they had a great year business-wise and obviously and clearly product-wise, you know. Tony Khan, obviously AEW, you already know. Shawn Michaels, NXT, who, you know what, man? He works with what he's got, bro. Yeah. You know? And always taking talent off him, and he's always giving people chances. Shout out, Shawn. We got the DPW guys, Darnell. James Darnell, John Blood, and Anthony Douglas, I believe. Yeah, that's definitely the names. And Taro Okada, Stardom. So yeah, man, interesting category. Of course, it's the thing that jumps out to most people. Like I've already said, Triple H not being on it, it's more funny than anything. You know, Tony Khan's already won a few awards in other. On other platforms, the DPW guys, obviously, they've DPW promotion has kind of like stopped indefinitely. So there's kind of like a sentimental vote that people could have been doing there. And CMLL, like, obviously, they've had their best year in history. So it's like, you know, Stardom as well, like the Saya Kamatani title run. Obviously, that had to be booked by somebody. You know. So yeah, man, an interesting field. Any comments, Phil, Lyric, on the nominees?
I think that for me, I think this is a two-person race. Well, two committee race. I think between CMLL and TK. I think Taro Okada. I know a lot of people like are behind him for Booker of the Year. I do acknowledge that he succeeded with a lot of gaps, you know, of losing as many stars as Stardom did. Especially, I mean, losing the ace, like, you know, they lost the foundation of their promotion, which doesn't happen very often to a lot of promotions, and they were still able to carry on. And they were able to build, you know, I think a rock solid star in Saya Kamatani. They were able to break records. However, when you look a little closer, there's very little that happens outside of Saya. You know, like I know there's the supporting cast is just not as strong, and I don't think like there's been a lot of stuff out. I think that the world title picture hasn't been particularly interesting. I think that is kind of like moving on, like resting on their laurels of like Saya brings in a lot of mainstream viewers. Saya's just interesting, but I don't think a lot of stuff is interesting outside of, the things that she's doing. And so I think that that's my biggest knock on Stardom. And I think that when it comes to CMLL, I mean, what they were able to accomplish last year, not just I think within wrestling circles, but also on their own. Don't get me wrong, like the AEW partnership I think has done a lot for them, but it's not carrying them. I think that's the difference between like their relationship and what you'll see a lot between like big American company and smaller promotion. They have real motion. I mean, they got the Made in Mexico certification from the Mexican government, which is really huge, especially after WWE bought AAA. They they also ended up selling over 1 million tickets. They had the mainstream crossovers with Pokemon as well as Linkin Park. Yeah. And I think that even Mystico is the top guy, of course, but there's several guys underneath him who I think they have been able to build into, substantial stars. Mascara Dorada, Soberano Jr. being back. I think my gosh, Chavez brothers not even being nominated for Tag Team of the Year is actually kind of insulting. But they've been incredible. Just so many stars. And I think the women, CMLL.
Persephone, man.
CMLL, I'll be honest, has not historically given a damn about women's wrestling. But they were able to position themselves in a way that seemed like they did this year. And they were able to build several stars. And I think what they did with the women's division should be applauded. And because after Stephanie left, I think that there was a huge gap because they really put all their eggs in one pot when it came to her of just like, this is women's wrestling. It is Stephanie. And the fact that so many people have stepped up, and really spread their wings after. You have Persephone, you have Catalina, you have Olympia, who I think really started gaining traction in the second half of the year. I mean, can't really argue that, but I mean, AEW really righted the ship, plugged a lot of holes that they, I think existed. Really got a lot of their homegrown stars over. I think made a lot of great recruitment decisions. I think All In, like that, the story arcs, especially those top 3 programs, well, the Hangman Mox, Omega Okada, Mercedes, Tony, from Double or Nothing to All In was just magical. Like you really had to be there. And then I think the Continental Classic was incredible. Obviously stuff to still criticize, but when you
it wasn't perfect, but it was strong.
It wasn't perfect, but when you look at
it was very strong.
And I mean, just that pay-per-view run of nobody does it like AEW on pay-per-view. They just don't. And
that's always the kind of ace, isn't it?
So that's where I see this as a 2-person race. I'd give the edge to probably CMLL, but I think that Tony, like AEW, is more likely here. TK is, and I don't think it's a bad decision. I don't think that is a bad either or a bad call.
Oh, Joe, you back?
I am. I'm running on Wi-Fi. Do I sound okay?
Yeah, man.
Okay, good.
What do you usually use Ethernet then?
Yeah, well, I'm way down. It's a long story. So I should be all right. It seems like I'm okay. Yeah, I'm glad Double or Nothing won. This was one that you and I had a lot of fun with a week ago, just trying to do the maths on it, right? It feels like Tony Khan is likely to win it. Whether he should win it or not is for a more educated eye to decide, because I'm not as locked in elsewhere as I should be. But it does feel, if you're a betting man, it feels like it's Tony's award to lose, most likely, yeah.
Wow. Joining Tony Khan, Triple H times 2, is as the Booker of the Year 2025. Tony Khan again.
Sense, yeah.
43.4% of the vote.
Yeah, I kind of feel like
what a comeback.
Who was the runner-up out of interest?
Shawn Michaels, 32.1%.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Telling you, bro. Sean does a job, bro. Telling you.
I mean,
He
what
certainly
a
does a
comeback
job. Yeah.
for Tony Khan, because man, AEW got cooked in these awards last year.
So that's
Good
Booker
Lord.
of the Year. That's Booker of the Year. This isn't Promotion of the Year because that is what we're moving on to next.
Mm-hmm.
We keep it moving since we're so deep in now. Promotion of the Year 2025. Previous winners. Still going to bang those out. Previous winners of Promotion of the Year, I think will probably reflect the same as what we just did with Booker of the Year, to be honest. So, Promotion of the Year in 2022 was AEW. In 2023, it was WWE. In 2024, it was WWE. And the nominees this year are TNA, just got their TV deal. They did have some momentum at times. It's quite funny looking at it now, though, you know. But TNA are here. Stardom, WWE, AEW, CMLL, pretty much very similar reasons to what we just spoke about just now with Booker of the Year, to be honest. You can copy and paste a lot of what we've said for this one, to be honest. But still, good to have the differentiate between promotion and Booker. So yeah, WWE, TNA, Stardom, CMLL, and AEW. Any quick comments on this before we
The
go
only
through
thing
the
novel I
reveal?
can add here is I'm just locked in on the percentage TNA gets. Because the rest of it I think was covered by you guys on Booker of the Year from what I heard. So my lead interest here is what TNA's percentage is.
I will just go ahead and say it. I think it's egregious that TNA is here and New Japan is not. I think New Japan had a better year than TNA. I know you can get at the warts that New Japan had last year instead of Gato's flaws, but no, New Japan had a better year than TNA. I'm not trying to hit that.
Yes, but I will say, if I had to put a fifth promotion up here, I honestly would have put Sendai Girls up here just because they
God,
got
I wish.
Sinjo had a fantastic year, and I think them getting the visibility of going on Wrestle Universe was really huge for them, and more people being able to watch what they got going on. And I think that also now that Mako's no longer wrestling and just really like behind the scenes, they were able to pull off some really great shows with really great attendance. I think that the show that they did last year, the Top of Joshi show, was one of the best shows. That it's in my personal show of the year like list from last year of they bringing the past, present, and future of I think of Joshi wrestling together. So they would have been my fifth. TNA, I think that TNA is a plan. You know,
Oh, come on, they're not winning. We don't have to just sit here and bury TNA.
Carlos, we need to get Carlos a Wrestlepurists hat.
Because I think TNA is a plan, and I think simply because of who they are attached to, they work their way into a lot of conversations and a lot of awards conversations that they have no business being in. And I hope that as a unit, as a collective of a wrestling community, we can end that in 2020.
It's right up there with the other propaganda and narrative that I said off mic that I'm kind of tired of. I get people wanting TNA to be in a good position, and I want TNA to succeed as well. But we can be honest. I don't think that TNA had a good year in terms of the quality of their shows. Getting a TV deal, absolutely. That is a step forward for them as a promotion, and they should be applauded for that. But you're not going to tell me that TNA as a promotion had a quality year in terms of pay-per-view and programming. You just are not.
I think honestly, even though it's under the AEW umbrella, quote unquote, I think you could argue that ROH had a better year than TNA. I think like there was.
I think their pay-per-views were better for sure.
For sure, and I think honestly, especially if like the trajectory that I'm seeing as far as like a lot of these like co-promoted shows and like that they seem to be doing, I think that ROH will likely have a better year than TNA this year, if they actually stay on the trajectory that they're on.
Yeah. All right, enough TNA slander. They ain't winning, you know. So calm down.
Says who, Monty?
Okay, so joining WWE, WWE, as our fourth ever promotion of the year, the winner of Wrestlepurists Promotion of the Year 2025, with 47 biggest so far. 47.4% of the vote
Whoa.
is all
There you go. My
elite
God.
wrestling. AEW.
It makes sense, yeah. What
Yeah,
was that TNA
nobody's
percentage cover?
surprised here. Nobody's disgusted too much. Oh, God, we
Oh,
lost
Joe,
Joe again.
no.
CMLL though did come in second with 25.5% of the vote, which I think is very, very more than respectable, to be honest. Because obviously with the mass amount of voters that we have and stuff, like obviously AEW, WWE will always be at some form of advantage for a promotion like CMLL to get a quarter of our voters to vote for them with 25.5% is very, very impressive and deserving, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like I said, they had the best year in the history of the promotion. I think it's like if you are super aware and tapped into CMLL like a Lyric or some of our other guys or even some of you guys in the chat, it's like almost a no-brainer that you could vote for them being promotion of the year, because I think it was like Club Lucha on Twitter was like a few weeks ago, it was like, what more does CMLL how many more sellouts and what more does CMLL have to do to win a promotion of the year award? So it's like, I've been thinking about that, like what more could they have possibly have done this year? Do you know what I mean?
I actually think for an international promotion to really have a chance of breaking through, to be seen, I think, by the masses on par with, one of the big two, or, things like that. I think it's going to take at least 3 years of pure greatness to break through.
The other promotions need to flop as well. Like, say if WWE, say if AEW had a year like WWE did this year as well, then a CMLL or a New Japan or somebody like that could win this award and be more. Obviously, the newsletter's probably a bit. You've got more of a chance with the newsletter, the newsletter awards. But
I said that because I think that if you saw like last year, not last year, but 2024, CMLL had a great year, you would see them. They were slowly gaining traction. I would say, like on I don't want to say mainstream, but amongst like the masses on internet, Twitter, and then 2025 was also great for them. And a lot of year-end awards, because it happened over on the SI Awards too. CMLL finished second, for a lot of bigger publications who typically don't get votes for international promotions at all. I think one more great year, I think we start seeing a potential of a shift. Like, I think it takes at least 3 years to really break through that public consciousness, but they covered a lot of ground. Like, if you look at the vote breakdowns for a lot of the bigger awards this year, CMLL finished second in places that they typically wouldn't even rank at all. So I don't think it's completely impossible, but I do think that they have to be excellent 365, where the American promotions, it'd be like, okay, if you're good for your Royal Rumble to WrestleMania stretch, or your Double or Nothing All In stretch, then people would just give it to you. Also, Bad Bunny. If Bad Bunny actually shows up at CMLL, they got it.
Yeah.
Like, without the mask. Without the mask, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out AEW, unsurprising winner there. But yeah, man, still big percentage of the vote, 47.4%, the biggest percentage thus far. But even with that, CMLL still managed to get 25.5% of the just over 50% that was left. So
yeah, well deserved for CMLL. They had a great turnaround, so they definitely deserve.
Somebody said, yeah, it is $34.99 to watch them. Like, and that's just the truth, per month. But that's also the same price that most people are paying for ESPN for WWE now. So hey, here's what it is.
Hey, man, here's what it is. And even though he's not here, TNA did come rock bottom last with 2.2%. So shout out the handful of people that voted for TNA. Right. Keeping up the big awards. Match of the year 2025. We're going to pick up the pace a little bit. We have previous winners, of course. Match of the year 2022 was FTR versus the Briscoes 1.
Mm-hmm.
In 2023, the match of the year was Kenny Omega versus Will Ospreay at Wrestle Kingdom 17.
Well, yes.
And then in 2024, it was... No, sorry. 2023 was... Wait, hold on. 2022, FTR versus Briscoes. 2023, Omega versus Ospreay. 2024, CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre at Bad Blood Hell in a Cell.
Hell in a Cell.
Yeah. Of course. Match of the year 2025. Our nominees this year are Io versus Rhea versus Bianca at WrestleMania. John Moxley versus Hangman Adam Page at All In. Mariah May versus Toni Storm. Hollywood ending at
Revolution.
Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd at Wrestle Dynasty in the Dome. And Hangman versus Ospreay from our show of the year, Double or Nothing, the Owen Hart final. Phenomenal matches, really great matches here, to be honest. Kenny Omega's performance in the Kid match is otherworldly. Moxley's performance in the Hangman match is otherworldly. Hangman and Ospreay have a very kind of an incredible shootout that has more of like a classic pace to it at the start. It's quite it's incredible, you know. So Storm and May, a very historic, iconic match. Io, Rhea, Bianca stole WrestleMania weekend. Yeah, I'll be honest. This is probably the only award that I wouldn't be mad at any of these winning.
I will say
not a single one of them.
I do think I really like the WrestleMania match. Like I really do. But I do think that it's very overrated in the sense I don't even think that it's WWE's best women's match of the year. But
really,
what is then?
I like Io versus Rhea slightly better.
Okay.
Oh, the Evolution match.
At Evolution, yeah. I like the Evolution match slightly better. I still think this one is great. And I love the fact that they got the 5-star rating for it. And I just think that.
Oh yeah.
And I'm a big Bianca mark and Io as well, but I just think that it's a little bit overrated. But it's good to see the girls up here. I wouldn't be mad at any for winning. But the rest are literally like life changing, you know. So I think like the rest are life changing. That one's just great.
Yeah, I think most people consider like Io, Rhea, Bianca like the best WWE match from last year because it was far and away the best match of WrestleMania weekend. Like nothing else compared to it.
Right.
Yeah, the stage, of course. Like,
yeah,
it helps, doesn't it, with like the consensus opinions and stuff. So, yeah, man, 5 incredible matches: Io, Rhea, Bianca, John versus Hangman, Ospreay, Hangman, Tony, Mariah, Kenny, Kidd. Yeah, like I said, I couldn't be mad at any of them. So, joining FTR versus the Briscoes, Kenny Omega versus Ospreay, and Drew McIntyre and CM Punk in the cell is the 2025 match of the year. Io Sky versus Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair.
That's funny.
Hold that lyric.
Well, the reason why you want to know what's so funny about this? The thing that makes this most funny is that like this is exactly what happened in the SI Awards because when we were voting, like the Hangman Mox and Hangman Ospreay ended up tying so much to the point to where Io, Rhea, and Bianca just was like the next one. I think like we kind of shot ourselves.
It happened last year. That's like even though Punk and Drew is like phenomenal, like taking absolutely nothing away from that Hell in a Cell match. The AEW audience, when it usually with these awards, when it comes to show of the year and match of the year, the AEW audience just cannibalizes itself. So
that's
exactly what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I assume like all of the WWE fans got behind this match. And look, it's well deserved. I think that this was for me one of my top 5 matches of last year. To me personally, I think it was Hangman Ospreay that was match of the year for me. But I think the thing I loved the most about this was Io Sky getting a WrestleMania moment, her parents in the crowd, and just like getting a win at WrestleMania. That was so cool to see. And then like the match itself was incredible too. I don't know if I would say it's as overrated as Lyric does, but it's definitely in my top 5 for 2025.
And when I say, I do want to clarify. When I say overrated, I just mean it's just that people are like, we're talking like,
Right, one match of the year, so it's like it's not that crazy to say that at this
people are
point,
talking
is it?
like
You
this
know,
was like the greatest women's match like ever, and I'm just like,
No,
I think that there's several that clear like every woman in that match has at least 2 better matches than that match. Well, maybe not Rhea, but the other 2 definitely.
Bianca definitely does.
Bianca definitely does, and Io definitely does.
So I think we should all calm down.
Yeah.
And yeah, I thought this was great.
That's not.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, to be completely honest, and I don't want to turn this into dunking on this match. This isn't even Bianca's best WrestleMania match.
No, no, it's not.
The Becky match,
No, the Mercedes,
the Sasha match.
And I mean the Becky match is also
the
very
Becky
good.
match is. I was saying the Becky.
The
match
Asuka match is
phenomenal,
very good at
I think
WrestleMania.
Yeah,
The
Bianca's got a
Asuka-
great Mania record, bro. It's a shame that she broke her finger and we haven't seen it in this in the ring since this, bro. Well, we have actually because she done
I'm gonna be honest.
she done the referee thing, didn't she?
I'm
But
also really pissed that Bianca took the pin in this match because of her record.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Because she had the undefeated WrestleMania record. The fact that she had to take the pin in this match really pissed me off. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I turned the TV off. This is the only match I watched.
Turn TV off. Turn TV
Yeah.
off.
These were the only. This was the only match I watched from WrestleMania weekend in full. Well, I watched.
well, there
Charlotte
you go. Special. You got Lyric tapped into to Mania weekend. But just to run through it, Io. This match here, Io versus Rhea versus Bianca, that got 38.7%, and coming in at number 2 was Mox versus Hangman with 23.2%. Then again, Ospreay versus Hangman with 16.8%. So,
exactly.
and then Toni Storm versus Mariah May with 12.6%. Do you know what I mean? All kind of in the same range, you know.
Yeah.
Those indecisive AEW fans, I'm telling you, bro. Cannibalize each other.
I mean,
it don't work. But congratulations to the ladies.
For the women.
Stole WrestleMania weekend, which of course is worth its weight in gold. And yeah, man, what a year Io Sky was having at this point.
Man.
People weren't expecting her to get the win in this, and she did. And
Yeah,
she's still riding that momentum.
Io is
now,
godly to me. Like it's certain people, like I will say, over in who are in WWE who I'm just like whatever, I don't really care. I would sell a kidney right now to get Io Sky traded to my favorite promotion in a heartbeat. She's her. She is everything.
Oh, she's very special. She's very special.
I believe is Io the first Japanese champion to go in and retain at WrestleMania?
Probably.
I think so.
Well, she's nominated now because she's nominated for this Women's Wrestler of the Year, and of course, those of you will know that she's nominated for the Wrestler of the Year as well, which of course is voted on by. We do 3 separate things for that, so Io is nominated for everything now. So for Women's Wrestler of the Year 2025, our previous winners, which for some reason I don't have a great memory of on this one.
Yeah.
Women's Wrestler of the Year in 2022, Bianca Belair.
That makes sense.
Yep, 100%. 2023 was Athena.
Yeah.
2024 was Sari.
Yeah. 2022 was the year Bianca had like the year-long reign, right?
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe so.
That makes sense.
I stopped watching WWE as soon as she dropped the belt. Actually, that was
godly. That's godly. But so yeah, those are previous winners. Of course, we have a strong category here, as expected every year. We have Toni Storm, of course, always can be in these conversations. Io Sky, She had what she called the best year of her career, and for a talent the level of Io Sky, what a year that what a year that is, and what a year that was in 2025. Sari, as I said, for the best in ring thing, you can always kind of expect to see her on these end of year awards nominee list. Just phenomenal output whenever she steps in the ring. Saya Kamatani, what a year she had, drawing wise and also in the ring, and just a crazy successful year for her to have in Stardom. And Mercedes Moné, our world-traveling world champion, multiple bout Ultimo Moné. Yeah, man, she's just out here grinding, bro. Like, she's off at the moment, but she'll be back and she'll get right back to it. You get me? But what a year in 2025 she had.
Yeah. Last week was the first week since she's been gone. I'm like, this show misses Mercedes. I was like, yeah, it's time. I know the point you're trying to make, Mercedes, but hurry back.
I don't know. I feel that way, but it's weird because like Mercedes was just always configured so weird as a character on TV. It just like kind of feels like she lives in her own universe. So I want to see Mercedes back, but I don't really want to see her back until like they have like I want to see her in an actual feud. Like I think that was the big disconnect I would say in the last couple months of like the TBS title reign of. I kind of feel like her international stuff not overshadowed, but it definitely felt like more priority towards her AEW stuff because it was just kind of. We got to a point she literally was just showing up on the TV on the pay-per-view. It was like, okay, who am I wrestling? Like, and it wasn't really anything narratively to kind of like sink your teeth into. From a wrestling perspective, though, the match quality has been not great in 2026 so far. I'm not gonna lie to you in the women's division. She's missed.
Yeah,
really bad.
Yeah,
she's definitely missed.
Yeah, talent that level, eventually you're gonna start to feel it, ain't you? You know.
Yeah.
Of course, what a year she had in 2025. That's why she's here. She actually won. She topped the PWI 250. Is it 250 for the women?
250, correct.
Yeah, PWI 250. She was number one on that. So, of course, she was always going to do well here. Nominated, of course. And joining Bianca Belair, Athena, and Sari, the 2025 Women's Wrestler of the Year is Io Sky. Io Sky. She's starting to collect rewards. She's starting to collect awards, people. She's starting to collect them. She's moving. Kale's probably in the chat right now.
Wait.
Popping. See, look, he can't even type.
Bro, Lyric's reaction is hilarious.
Alright, you're ready, Lyric, as well. Io Sky won this with 45.5% of the vote. Mercedes came in second with 31%, Saya 11.4%, Tony Storm 8.5%, Sari 3.6%. Io Sky with a bullet, Lyric, 45.5%.
Yeah.
What a year though. I think I think like her TV matches as well kind of get slept on when we talk about her Lyrics going through, you know, Mercedes, but she won the PWI 250, you know.
No. Hear me out.
Go on, talk to me.
I just went on a full EO glazing session, so this isn't against her, but I think when we talk about output, she was barely wrestling for parts of the year, and a lot of
her title reign wasn't great.
It was not good.
Like she was barely wrestling, and you know, like when she does wrestle, nobody's touching her. You know, I'm never going to dispute
best
that.
wrestler in the company was.
But what Mercedes for me, this was a 2-woman race between Mercedes and Saya. Honestly, when you think of it, like,
you wonder, nah, man. Io, so when you say Io's like Io's quiet part of the year where she had the title and she wasn't making as many defenses as we would have liked to have seen, that wasn't that long. It was like 2 months, and I think she has more than enough throughout the rest of this year to you know, be in this 2-horse race that you're saying with your Sarah and your Mercedes, because it's like
the reason why. Okay,
she has the Marigold match at the start of the year.
Mm-hmm.
She then channels that into winning the belt off Rhea and the run to Mania, which was a great match. She then wins. She wins and successfully defends the belt when not really many people expected to at Mania in what was just one match of the year. She then goes on to Evolution to wrestle Rhea and has the moment with Naomi cashing in. You know, and then she's got Rio, which has been a huge like commercial success, and it's super over and having good matches, and it's like she's had a great. She had a little downtime for like a couple months, but even then, it's not like she was stinking it up. She was on TV. She just weren't wrestling. It was very frustrating, but she's definitely in the the 3-horse race it would be with Mercedes and Saya.
I think the biggest defense you can give EO is that out of most of the pay-per-views this year, she either had the best match on that show or the match I enjoyed the most. Like the Wrestlepalooza match with Stephanie was fantastic. The tag match that she had with Asuka and Kairi, also fantastic.
Loads of little TV matches as well, like that just kind of go under the radar, where she just has like that TV match needed to be, sort of thing. Like, she's so good.
She had great matches this year. I just personally, I don't think she had a better year than Toni Storm, and I don't think she had a better year than Mercedes. I think when we debated this, if you remember,
I don't think she had a better year than Saya Kamatani either. But continue.
I don't either, but I think when we debated about this, Toni versus Mercedes early in the year last year, I can't get past the fact that if any male wrestler did the business that Mercedes did, held the amount of titles that she had the accomplishments that she had last year, it wouldn't be up for debate at all.
Mercedes headlined the most attended women's wrestling show in the world in 7.5 years. And she did it in Mexico. She was the first woman to wrestle in Arena Mexico, Wembley Stadium, Tokyo Dome, and Madison Square Garden. She has won titles in every major promotion, just about, on every single corner of the world. And the reason why I said 2-person race between Mercedes and Saya specifically is because not only did they have great years for themselves, the implications of what they did are going to ring out throughout women's wrestling for probably the rest of this decade because of just how profound it was. Saya put women's wrestling back on Japanese television for the first time in 23 years, when she was the third person announced for Wrestle Kingdom behind Hiroshi Tanahashi, who was retiring, and Aaron Wolf, who was an Olympic gold medalist. She didn't even have an opponent yet, but she's become so much of a draw of herself. She had to be a part of the event. She main evented the most well-attended show in Stardom history. She was the first woman to win Tokyo Sports MVP, which genuinely does. And think about the women who haven't won it, who were even bigger stars than her. Crush Gals at the height of their fame never won it. Jaguar Yokota never won it. Minami Toyota never won it. Saya Kamatani did the unthinkable. And so
Io never won it. The monster run Io had.
All these things are very cool and very valid and very prestigious and very but have we considered that Io came up with her own emote and got it super over, and the people just love her, bro.
No, she's super. I will never be mad at, of all people. There's a lot of people from WWE, if they win this award.
I think as well with Io, it's like you got to think she was the best person. She was the best person in WWE, man or woman, last year.
I agree,
absolutely.
So like that's always going to play when we do a public vote.
This really calm, debate analysis for me, because I'm never going to go crash out over Io Scott. She's one of the greatest wrestlers of the 21st century. I'm never going to argue that. But I don't think that she was
so over though. Like I was joking about the pose and that, even though that did get very over and that, but bro, she's got so over in the past 12 months. Like if we go back slide. Yeah, she's the hottest person on this list as of right now, still, and she probably started the year fucking the hottest as well. So it's like
I don't know, dog.
Her maintained popularity and over, bro. She goes out there now and sometimes to cheer her over Rhea, bro. That's insane.
They're not special. I do that all the time. I cheer over Rhea all the time. But
the only thing I disagree with you saying there, because I think we're underselling the year Toni Storm had as well, though. I think we're drastically underselling the year Toni Storm had.
Well, I'm not. I've not talked about the year Tony. So I thought Tony had a great year.
I mean, I don't know. I think as far as people being vital to their promotions, like I think Io is the best in-ring performer in WWE, but I think of just like impacting the way that the company does business, I don't think that she did that as much as some of the other people on this list did. Like Toni is the face of AEW. Mercedes literally changed the landscape of global women's wrestling this year. Saya literally changed the landscape of the Japanese wrestling.
Yeah, and that's nothing against them, but it's like Io's also done things that like none of those other women have done either, you know. So it's like, you know,
we can agree to disagree. Congrats to her.
Yeah, so I would have probably voted for. I don't know who I would have voted for, to be honest, but I can see arguments for all of them. But I feel like because you feel so strongly about Mercedes or Say, it's like we're kind of like we've now gone too far in the other direction. You know, it's like it's not like it was close either. You know, not to rub salt in the wounds, but it's not it's not even like this vote wasn't even close. You know.
I mean, but I think also, like, it should be said that Mercedes is incredibly polarizing online.
I agree. And
I think that should matter.
Yeah.
That should matter. You know what I mean?
I
everybody loves Io, bro.
That's gonna.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It should matter as well. Like, do you know what I mean? People shouldn't be voting for people that they don't fucking like, bro. And I love Mercedes, and 90% of the reasons people don't like her are either unfounded, minor racism, or fucking, do you know what I mean? Or whatever it may be, do you know what I mean? But it's kind of, it is what it is. People feel the way they feel about her. Obviously Toni was great, but I think AEW kind of didn't really help her finish the year strongly for her to kind of, you know, like she could have very easily have won this award, I think, you know.
Yeah.
But
I still, the further we get away from it, the more I feel like Toni and Mina should have just won the tag titles.
They should have won.
What do you mean? The further you get away from it, I knew that 0.0 seconds.
I knew that would have happened, but it just becomes more and more obvious with every week.
Yeah.
That's not.
But yeah, Mercedes gets a lot of shit, man. So like, she's always kind of like divisive, and she's definitely had a lot of flowers this year. And she came second. It's not like she's came fucking last, and we've done her a disservice or anything. But Io Sky, of course, her popularity, her output, her volume, everything. She showed versatility as well across tag team. She wrestled in Japan this year, and obviously all over at US TV. And we talk about like the impact that she's had on like for the division companies and stuff. It's like we spoke a lot in 2025 about like women's wrestling, and WWE has definitely followed suit with that, whether it be the tag division, whether it be the top women and stuff like that. And I'll be honest, Io is quite clearly like the centerpiece of all of that has happened in 2025. A lot of the tag division and the tag story, like with the Kabuki Warriors and Io and Rhea and stuff like that, was like she was the main centerpiece of that. Her, like the way that she earned herself into the Mania match with Rhea and Bianca, when you know she was kind of written out of that. Oh, Rhea's just gonna beat her on Raw. She didn't. You know, she has been kind of at the center of what has been like a very special year for the women in WWE, and obviously, as you guys have rightly pointed out, for women across the world, whether that be Mercedes' influence, whether that be Saya's influence, but let's not overlook Big Io, you know. And obviously we haven't. She won the award, you know. But
no, of course not. Not overlooking her, like well deserved. I think she had some great moments in 2025. I just personally.
Joe's coming back. I thought he died.
I just personally disagree with the result. It's fine though.
Yeah, of course. There's always going to be. It's a fan vote, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want us to put out the impression of
Yeah,
these
I-
damn fans. And it's like,
I-
probably, they're all deserving. Any of the women could have won. I don't think I would have told them.
No, this was
If Sari won, I would have been surprised because obviously the platform. But like,
she had a-
Tony, like I said, she finishes the year and it's booked a bit stronger and a bit better than like she could have easily won this award. Saya, obviously, it's probably a bit of a platform thing. Mercedes, she is divisive, but still, she still definitely has enough fucking a big enough army to win these things, you know.
Have high
But yeah,
Joey
bro.
Bong is hilarious. Where you at, Joey? Come outside.
But yeah, man, we keep it moving though, and we are on to Wrestler of the Year. So I think I've started with the media. Yeah, I've started with media. So this is media's all the reason why it just says Wrestler of the Year is because obviously these are all the same nominees for the next 3 awards, and it so. What do we even have? Do I have the list of media Wrestler of the Year on these? I'm not sure if I will now. It will just be Wrestler of the Year. Media. Wrestler of the Year. Yeah, we ain't got it. Yeah, we ain't got these. All right. So anyway, the nominees for Wrestler of the Year 2025 is Io Sky again, Bandido, who's already won 2 awards as well. I think both on 2 now, Io and Bandido. Hangman Adam Page, of course, former AEW World Champion. John Cena, never seen 17. Mystico, big Mystico, of course. Kind of the, as we talk about centerpieces and that, CMLL Mystico is very synonymous, to say the least. He's headlined well over 20 sellouts this year. He's co-mained like another 20. Do you know what I mean? He's he runs Arena Mexico, bro. So a lot of the CMLL success can definitely be you can kind of like throw that in the Mystico conversation for sure. Hangman Adam Page, we've already spoke about him today. John Cena, Bandido, Io, all the same. And the winner of the media's Wrestler of the Year 2025 with 31.5% of the vote is Mystico.
Wow.
Mystico, the media's Wrestler of the Year 2025. Mr. Arena Mexico, Mr. Sellout, Mr. I don't know, bro. Anything you want to throw on him, you get me. He's the man. Man's love Mystico. Arena Mexico loves Mystico. The US love Mystico. Do you know what I mean? He's had his moments as well.
I can't stop smiling. This makes me really happy.
See, like we bring it back. We bring it back.
This is so great.
What's happening, Joe?
Joe's back.
What's up?
Ducking the smoke from that women's Wrestler of the Year conversation.
You
I
gotta
don't
have
know
a-
one, but I think I'm now actually back. Do I seem back?
You are back.
Yeah, you're back. Yeah, you're
Okay,
back, bro.
Okay, my stuff's actually working now. I don't know what happened, but I came into the stream and the chat was talking about like Joe missed this conversation. Oh God, must have been bombastic.
Basically, Io won Women's Wrestler of the Year,
Okay,
and Lyric's face was
it's hold a towel. Is it telling me?
interesting. It told a tale.
I was
And then
confused.
she made her cases for Mercedes and Saya so aggressively that it almost got to the point where I was just kind of like, okay, we need to put Io over a bit because she won the award. It's like-
The one, so unfortunately, I have to derail the show for a moment because the last thing I think I asked you was what was the TNA percentage vote, which I don't think I ever got.
All right, Joe.
It was too
Yes, get
2%.
too late.
It was
Milk.
2.2%.
2% milk.
I don't know when I left the actual stream, but the last thing I heard was just before that, which was tremendous. But anyway, Mystico, what a year!
Yeah, very special wrestler to his promotion, to his country. He's the man, bro. I love Mystico. He's not somebody that I watch every weekend on in Arena Mexico and see him alone. But he's somebody that I wish I did. I wish I had the time to make for Mystico. He's phenomenal whenever he's in the US. He's a great presence to have. Grand Slam Mexico, do you know what I mean? That was spectacular as well, having him there. So it was he had a special year, man. It's like he's the top guy of a promotion that had the greatest year that they've ever had. you know, and that has to count for something, and it has. And ultimately, he is the media's pick for the Wrestler of the Year 2025. I wish these weren't. They're not anonymous to me, but obviously I'm not going to reveal everybody's business, you know.
Okay,
but like, I wish I could, you know.
The
Some of
media
these,
did a good job here. They did a good job.
some of the people that voted for Cena, you know, it's just pops from me, you know. But
Commit to the
But yeah, Mystico won this one with what percentage was it? Did I say 31.5%? Io Sky came second with 25.9. Bandido third with 18.6. John Cena 16.6. Hangman Adam Page 7.4.
That's
damn
wild.
Oh shit!
That's wild.
That was
You got
incredible.
twice as many votes as Hangman, bro.
Kind of
16% for Cena.
Cooked him.
lit him up. I
Cooked
can't lie.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Someone said revealed the Joe Hulbert ballot, bro.
I did.
It's on Friday. It was on Friday, bro, on the Joe Monty show.
We did a whole show about it, didn't we?
Yeah.
I
So
got
yeah,
Bandido.
man.
Yeah,
Mystico.
Well deserved for Mystico.
Very well deserved. Yeah.
That we know that was probably Big Dave's pick. Big Dave has been putting over Mystico huge all year.
I genuinely can't take people serious. Like Mystico, it should have finished at least top 5 in everybody's like men's wrestler of the year. Like even if he wasn't like top 3, but I think anything lower than 5 is like crazy.
Yeah, he had to be nominated for this, I think. And he has been. And okay, keep it moving to the next Wrestler of the Year award, which will be the Fans Wrestler of the Year. This is just purely voted by the fans, same as kind of the other awards. And no media influence, no critic influence, no wrestlers influence, none of
Just
that.
love it again.
The straight fans, bro. You know, when we have the same nominees, Bandido, Hangman Adam Page, Io Sky, John Cena, Mystico, do we think somebody else is going to win?
Yes.
Yeah, I think last year this was a wacky one, was it not? Was this not wacky last year? I want to say it was.
Yeah, Cody won the Fans Wrestler of the Year by like an absolute blowout.
I remember, yeah. Which gave it like
the Cody verse came.
Like PWI energy. It popped me. Yeah,
It did. To be fair. Okay, so I don't know why we've not got the fans. The result from like the Fans Wrestler of the Year. We've just got one Wrestler of the Year on like the previous results, but never mind. Because like I said, I vividly remember the Cody blowout.
Yes.
But same again. Bandido, Hangman, Io, John, and Mystico. The fans have voted the Wrestler of the Year with 24.4%. This is the closest award. The absolute closest award. The winner of this won by 0.4%.
Wow.
And the winner is
Oh my.
Io Sky with 24.4% of the vote.
The EOFC has been running wild, bro. Hey, yo.
The fact that she won an all male category, this is iconic. I can't. Like, this is iconic.
Hangman Adam Page came second with 24% dead, so 0.4%. Then Then Bandido came third with 21.3%. Cena came fourth with 20%.
20%?
So there was 4.4% separating the top 4 on this.
Holy shit.
Percent for Cena is again crazy. Who are all these people voting for Cena?
This is what I'm saying, Phil. Like, we've seen it. It's made me think that I've had to stop myself a couple of times. Oh shit! I need to step out of my bubble for a sec and think like, what's Facebook and that thinking? You know, that one's like they were like, eating up the Cena heel promos and shit,
nostalgia
bro.
is one hell of a drug. People didn't care.
Bro, man, look, man. Shout out to EO. Wrestler of the Year, Women's Wrestler of the Year. Bro.
Match of the year.
I thought for sure this was going to be Bandito. The fans were going to vote in, especially after the way Bandito was sweeping early
nasty, bro.
in this award. But
you know what, though? I will say, this has been, and maybe I just don't pay attention in other years, and now that I'm more on like the media side of it, I just finally started paying more attention. But like when I look at like the 2025 awards and seeing how PWI shook out and SI and obviously here and Fightful, it was a pretty wide range of people like who won stuff like across the board. Like this was typically I feel like people are more aligned, but this was a wide year.
Yeah.
Wild year. But that's the fans. The fans have spoken. The people have spoken. Jamie
is so popular, man.
Bro,
Jamie may be all for democracy again. Hopefully.
Bro.
That's the fan vote.
These EO awards, it felt like WWE fans was like, man, we're leaving here with something.
They said we leaving with something.
we leaving here with something, bro.
And all that Ali rah boom.
All right. Final award. This is the overall rest of the year. It's a combination of the fans and the media. I guess if somebody was eagle-eyed and quick enough, you could probably actually work it out just based off our previous two awards, to be honest. But this is for the overall Wrestlepurists Wrestler of the Year, and we can actually go back on these ones because in 2022, the Wrestler of the Year was Jon Moxley. What a year that was for him. I remember that one vividly. He was like number one with an absolute bullet that year.
Yeah, that was the year he beat Punk on TV, cut that promo afterwards. Oh, did you not think that was going to happen?
I bought that t-shirt the same night.
Probably, it might have been, would you say that was the best year of his career, 2022?
I think so, yeah.
It was definitely his best year with AEW.
I think it was.
Oh, then it is.
Yeah.
It's I'm not even one of them people who's like Ambrose's bad, but like, you know, it's like Moxley's a different animal, man. Okay, 2023, Will Ospreay. I remember his output that year was like borderline scary. You know, like the amount he wrestled and the level he would try to go at was just something else, you know. And then last year was Cody Rhodes, which I think the very strong fan vote, the strong fan vote for him definitely got him over the edge on the overall one. So joining Jon Moxley, Will Ospreay, and how have I just forgot? What have I just blanked?
Jon Moxley, Will Ospreay, and Cody Rhodes.
Cody Rhodes. Why did my mind just blank like that? Then
You wanted to forget about it.
It's because it's been too long, bro. It's not the longest stream ever. I don't know how. I apologize to those of you who are here, those of you who have been waiting.
It's a special night. It's a special night.
Okay, so joining Cody Rhodes, Jon Moxley, and Will Ospreay as the overall Wrestlepurists Wrestler of the Year 2025 is with a percentage of oh fuck it, don't matter. Wrestlepurists Wrestler of the Year overall 2025ve is EO Sky.
Oh my god!
Stop playing with EO.
Done it again.
Enough. Stop playing with
That's awesome, dude.
That's amazing.
Bro, she EO Sky was up for 5
Triple
awards
Crown.
this year. She was up for 5 awards this year, and she won 4 of them. The only one she didn't win was Best in Ring, which was won by Bandito.
And that shows you how popular Bandito had to be to take her down, because she has had a day. This is
EO Sky Day.
No complaints from me, dude.
Bro.
No
I'm not
complaints
gonna
from
lie,
me.
to really to take down that category has several of the most popular men's wrestlers of this century, and she took them all down with ease. I can only stand.
She's a powerful woman, bro.
I can only stand that. that.
What a streak of wins.
What a
EO.
win.
I did not expect this, but
No.
hey,
What
man,
is
look,
up?
I love EO. Well deserved, man. Even though I did have my disagreements with her winning Women's of the Year, can't say anything, but this was impressive for the EOFC. Y'all did what y'all needed to do.
Hey man, y'all, there must be a Discord because y'all locked in. Y'all locked in. Said we are.
Bro, I didn't think that anybody outside the crew was this strategic. Clearly, we were wrong.
People just, people.
She had a
love her,
great
bro.
year.
She did, from pretty much, except for like a little bit of a quiet time, which is also weird because like, while her quiet time also happened to be when she was holding the world championship. Do you know what I mean?
Weird,
So it's like,
but they do that a lot. It's a weird quirk of theirs, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those years too where like she has some incredible matches, obviously, but I think her explosion as a star probably deserves more love than it gets sometimes. I think there's still a perception I think there's a distant perception from people from the outside looking in at like she's Rhea's tag partner, and oftentimes on Raw she even now gets an even better reaction. She's that level of star. So she had an amazing year in every category. So I got no complaints. I wasn't expecting to win that many of the awards, but still
she should be, bro.
pretty cool.
She should be main eventing WrestleMania with Rhea.
She should be.
Yeah,
Like,
of course, yeah. But you know.
I would watch WrestleMania if she
they've
made
obviously fumbled that, but you know,
Yeah.
like they could have got that going, starting. Like if EO won the Rumble, as Joe was like hoping for on Friday and predicted on Friday, like you wouldn't do like a straight up Rhea turn there and then, but it's something interesting to play with, isn't it? Like, how does Rhea kind of cope with always coming second place to EO now that they're friends? Will Rhea turn? Will she? Won't she? You know what I mean? Like they could have played off that, and obviously with stars of that level, that could have easily just, you know, rolled into WrestleMania's at least a night one main event. You know, but I don't know. They're gonna fucking wrestle the Bellas or some shit.
No.
So you know,
No. Again, I guess. Hey, man. Sorry, EO Sky FC, man. Again, y'all leaving here with something. I know it looks grim, but y'all at least have this win to hang your hats on in 2026.
it's 4 awards actually, Charlie.
4 of them.
4 of them.
You may need to make
Got
physical
4.
awards just for this particular occasion, you know. There's an
Just
opportunity
to
here for
send
incredible-
EO a FedEx. Like,
the opportunity for an incredible photo here, you know.
send EO some plaques. You know. You know, like, so next year, cause it'll be the 5th annual awards. It'll be like, okay, let's just. What if we just like go back and buy, you know, buy awards, send them, send the Acclaim their most improved award from 2022. But yeah, EO Sky, man. I'm struggling to think. I'm running out of things to say about her because she's been nominated so many times, and I feel like I've had to kind of always. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Anything else we can say about
I
EO
just-
Sky's incredible
I think,
year?
based on every other award here, it tells you where fans were generally at on WWE's year, which was not particularly positive. And so her having this year within that, I think, is even more impressive, you know. And I think actually it almost emphasized how great she was because fans were just like clinging on to EO as the bright spot a lot of times.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's, you know, it's pretty awesome.
And
And I
she
think
was
it also-
definitely a bright spot.
And
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think it just further speaks to the great year that women's wrestling had as a whole. If even in the midst of like WWE's having a terrible year, the bright spots came from women. Even as we saw like with Revolution finishing, not Revolution, but Evolution finishing so high, and like the pay-per-view discussion for sure here. Women are the future, and I mean, Io Sky has always been an innovator. She's always been a trendsetter, whether she was in Japan, whether it was NXT, whether she's on main roster WWE. She's a needle mover, and so I mean, she's one of the greatest. Again, one of the greatest. I think women to ever step into a ring, and definitely WWE's best in-ring performer. It doesn't shock me at all that people have really just clung to her success because she's worth it.
Yeah, she's special, man. Like it's even just like kind of like her energy and her physical charisma and everything like that. It's just like she just. I don't know, like you don't want to like baby like the Japanese wrestlers and stuff like you see some people do, but it's like she just makes people happy, bro. You know, just her presence and stuff, and just the way she carries. She just brings joy to people, bro. Like
Smiles
she's
on
the fucking,
faces.
she's the fucking best, man. Like clearly, wrestler of the year, women's wrestler of the year, fans wrestler of the year, match of the year. You know, just incredible. You know, only got beat out by Best in Ring by fucking Bandito, who was like an alien these past
Super
12
Saiyan.
months. You know what I mean? So it's just. And also, it's also definitely worth noting that she's the first woman to win some of these awards as well. Fan Wrestler of the Year, Wrestler of the Year. I'm not sure. Yeah, it would be Match of the Year as well. Would be the first women's match to win Match of the Year, I think. Although Hollywood Ending was a very, you know what I mean, a very special match that easily could have won it on any other year. Yeah, man. She's and again, like hopefully her Mania plans aren't what I just threw out there, you know. And I love the Bellas, but like I said, this is a woman that should be main eventing one of your biggest shows of the year, no question.
Yeah,
because we know she'll deliver.
They've
You know
still
them,
got
like, we know she'll deliver. So
what have they got, like 10, 11 weeks of TV still? We'll see what happens. But
drop those tag belts before WrestleMania. Get the singles match cooking, man. What are we doing?
Yeah.
oh, you score. Any last words, people? I feel like we need to get out of here ASAP.
This was fun.
It was.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry I
we
missed
got.
something, but yeah, it was great.
You did. You missed the.
It's so funny
decent
because like
bit, yeah.
people like I actually really enjoy arguing and debating about wrestling. It makes me really happy, even though people think I'm mad sometimes. But I get a lot of joy out of it. So this was fun.
Yeah, I've not. It's what I like doing shows with Lyric. You know, it's like she can have differing opinions, but like you feel like you're actually like debating and conversating instead of like bit getting slow. You know, like when you when someone's like low key getting a bit
It's
mad.
like a shootout. It
It's
turns
like-
into a shootout quickly. Like no. This is no. I love talking about and also I think like it was a real, at least in most of the categories that I saw this year, very strong contenders of just like things could have gone either way. Like and honestly, I can honestly say I watched most of like these people and things, and it was a strong year. A lot of people stepped up, and I think especially for women's wrestling and tag team wrestling specifically, what a year.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's be interesting to see how many of these people go back to back for nominations or even potentially awards. It'd be very cool to be sat here this time next year talking about Io Sky going back to back.
We might
Listen, she's got the ability, but that's not even half the battle in wrestling, is it? Do you know what I mean? No. It's so many other factors, but she's definitely able. She's given the ball for the next 12 months. She probably will be here. But yeah, any awards that popped you? It really popped me seeing Mystico win the media. Yeah. It was nice to see CMLL get, even though I was kind of expecting AEW to win, CMLL getting a quarter of the votes was cool to see. Yeah, man, I'm just having a look through now. I was happy Double or Nothing won. I thought that show was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Bryan Danielson popped me.
Yes.
Nothing is going to match the energy of EO going on that streak to end this award show. That was insane.
That's what she does, bro. She's special, man. So the only multi-time winners we had this year was Bandito winning Best in Ring and Brodito winning Best Tag Team, and then of course. Well, I guess you could count Tony Khan, Promotion of the Year and Booker of the Year and Show of the Year. You can give Tony those flowers, and then of course Io Sky with 4 awards: Match of the Year, Fans Wrestler of the Year, Women's Wrestler of the Year, and Overall Wrestler of the Year.
I should say, because I wasn't here, I was in the building for the Mania match, and that was. That tore the house down and rebuilt it all in one fell swoop. It was an amazing match live. Obviously, it was great in any setting, but definitely the atmosphere of that live was special for sure. So that was cool.
Yeah, I'm happy that they gave you a Mania match that you could, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Sometimes
Show
when Joe travels to the States for these WWE Stadium shows, you know what I mean? It hasn't ended too well.
To
so
be fair,
I'm happy that-
I think the AJ Styles Logan Paul match might heat up. It's still going on right now, but any minute now they're gonna hit the finish on that.
To this day, that's the only WrestleMania match I saw this year. So 5
Yeah.
stars for me.
Mm-hmm.
Got 5 stars from Dave as well. Dave went 5 stars a couple times for women this year, didn't he? Io Bianca Rhea and Tam's retirement match got 5.25.
Progressive.
You know what I mean?
Did he go 5 on? No, he didn't go 5 on. Sorry, did he? For Shuri and Suri?
Someone in the chat might know, but you give.
Because I know it was 3 of them. I'm about to look up in cage match. Did he go 5 on it? No, he didn't. He went. Oh, yes, he did. He went 5.25 on
5.25.
Shuri. I mean, listen,
5.25 is always funny, no matter what match it is. It's just funny.
Shuri makes grown men feel things that they didn't know that they could feel from women's wrestling.
Oh, Shuri's amazing, bro.
Just godly,
Just the extra
Shuri's
cool.
amazing.
But I just
got a remarkable brain.
I think
Shuri's so amazing. I think it's a testament that you want to see her just kind of continue doing what she's doing. I don't want to see her in AEW, bro. I don't want to see her try to come back to WWE. I don't want to see her do any of these things. I don't even want to see her sign for Stardom. I like the way that she can kind of just do what she wants, when she wants, how she wants. It's cool, bro.
That's also the issue too. I think we talked about this for PWI this year when we were putting together the top 10 of Suri has a lot more kayfabe accomplishments that mattered more this year. 2025 versus 2024, but at the same time it's not very similar to Athena, right? Of just doing these incredible things, but platform is keeps her out of a lot of conversations.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you're talking awards and stuff like that, yeah. Of course, Surreal always kind of unfortunately kind of slide down in these conversations. Well, in these results, not the conversations, because of what you're saying. But yeah, I just love her existing. She's one of those wrestlers.
Do Stardom and Mari Gold on back-to-back nights was crazy. I was like, There's
not even a man in the business that does what she does, is there?
No.
Really? It's really cool, man.
I'm interested just to see how far she takes it, as a freelancer, just because I think, there's limitations to it just as much as there's freedom. And, I know a lot of the goals that she has for herself of carrying certain championships, wrestling.
Didn't Tony Booker on Stardom? No, on Ring of Honor, sorry.
Yeah, he did.
I found that weird. Wouldn't you just give a Mercedes on Dynamite and just have the best match of the year? Fuck it. Do you know what I mean? What are we doing?
The thing is, Big Sun God, we don't do jobs. And I think that was also, I think that was really a big issue with women's wrestling towards the end of 2025. And because there's so many dream matches, I think, but everybody's so protected, you have, that was, I think, the issue with her working Athena, because until she's ready to drop that belt, no, you're not going to, she's not going to win that ROH belt. Saya, super protected. And, Mercedes was super protected. So all of these people are super protected and can't take losses. And so a lot of these dream matches are not going to happen until several or all of these women lose their belts or their positioning. And so it's really tricky right now, because it's at least I could say anywhere between 3 to 4 women who are just protected to hell right now.
Yeah. You can't guard Rob. Dave didn't give Io and Rhea a 5 because of a rest spot. Never changed, Dave. Never changed. I love him, man.
He's getting funnier. Older.
The way that he we ain't gonna get fully into this because we're getting out of it. But the way that he fully dug his heels in with the Billy Gunn thing fucking killed me, bro.
Hilarious, bro.
The thing where he goes, "Not an insult. It's not an insult." It's
Hilarious, bro. One of the wildest discourse I've ever thought I would see on the internet. People legitimately
Is Billy
arguing
Gunn a
this
top
guy-
200?
Billy Gunn.
That
And
was
his
a
whole
very, very Bill Simmons Dave moment. You know, he goes, Kyle
so
is 5 to
crazy,
7.
bro.
5
Bro,
to 7.
and his whole premise is Kyle Fletcher is a better wrestler than him. And people were like, yeah, but does he draw? And I was like, wait,
Did Billy Gunn draw?
wait, wait.
We talking about the fifth greatest member of DX, but okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
wild discourse, bro.
Yeah, he does rank quite low on the DX members.
Like,
doesn't
what
he?
are we talking about? You know? And I think what was really funny is like seeing Dave like double down on it. Like, what did I say? Like, I thought.
He started listing it. You think about Japan and Mexico, there's a lot of wrestlers, you know? It's like, yeah, man. Yep.
And I think the wildest part was knowing that when he said it, he literally did not mean for it to turn into a shitstorm. I think he thought everybody was aligned on that. I think he thought
That's the magic of Dave, and why me and
So
Joe
funny,
dedicate like 45 minutes to him every Friday
So
afternoon.
funny, man.
It's because everything he says, it's not a bit, it's not an agenda. Like he's 100,000% sincere. Like, you know, and it's like when he says, "Oh, Kyle, you know, Kyle right now," and he thinks about it, and he says 5 to 7,
5 to
and it's
7
like
is awesome. Yeah.
it's just like there's nothing funny about that, but it is if you know
And you
Dave.
know,
You
like,
know,
before he says the 200 thing, you know that you can see him, like, mentally scan, like, 99, was he top 200? No, wasn't there. Like, you can see him go through the process in his head, which is the magic of Dave.
He is
Bro.
magic. But anyway, we need to finish. I massively appreciate you guys who have stuck from start to finish. Those of you who have popped in to see what award you wanted to see or whatever. Or, I don't know, slander our awards, even though we haven't actually seen a lot of that. I can't wait to get on Twitter. But anyway, no, it can't be. I wonder what do you think people will be most mad at then before we get out of it? That's how we'll end. What do you think people
match
will
of
get
the
most
year-
mad at?
I think match of the year will upset. It didn't upset me because I thought the match was fucking great, but and that one might split people the most. I think. I don't know if there's any that people will be outright mad at though. I don't know.
Yeah, I think some of those EO awards are gonna upset people. Not necessarily her winning Women's Wrestler of the Year. That's gonna split some people, but like overall Wrestler of the Year,
Yeah.
people are not gonna be happy with it.
But I also I do, like I said, from an awards season perspective, I think everybody that deserved to go home with something went home with something. I think that just about everybody who performed on a high level in 2025 between some type of award, they got something. And so I just think, hey man, you can't win them all, you know.
Yeah, I think that's a
Yeah.
fair way to put it.
I hope that
Yeah,
that's
okay.
not serious. That people are fighting wars over TNA getting 2%. I hope that's not real.
Actually,
can't
if
be.
you are fighting wars over TNA 2%, please show me. I need to see it.
can't.
That
You
would make me
can't.
really, really happy.
Yeah, let me jump it. Put me in, coach.
But y'all, please show me. Please tell me.
Put me in, coach. I will
Please,
be there.
No, I'm not even going to argue with you. Actually, I'm going to gas you up because I want to hear exactly why you do. I'll be like, hey, yeah. Talk more.
You know, I'll do this really quickly as well. Yeah, the Wrestlepurists account has just hit 100,000 followers on Twitter, and
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
I started this account roughly 5 years ago.
Wow.
It was in February 2021. So yeah, 100k was always like a number that like a circle. That was like, oh, it'd be really great if we could get to that one day. And now that we've got there, it's kind of like, oh shit, what now? You know, but like some people have been supporting us ever since before we had the YouTube channel, before we had the website, when it was just like me, Phil, sometimes Ibu on like a fucking Twitter space years ago. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, just
So
fucking with the account
long time
like
ago.
since we was on. Yeah, since I remember like doing those spaces, we had like 7,000-8,000 followers. You know, and some people have been fucking with us the whole time. Do you know what I mean? Through the spaces, through just the Twitter page, and then when we started the YouTube channel, and obviously Ibu coming along and Ibu's growth with us, and all the new people he brought in, and all the new people that he brought onto the channel, and obviously you fucked with us throughout all that time, and the highs and lows of that time and Ibu's quote unquote suspensions and shit like that, you know, and then obviously them leaving at the end of this year, at the end of last year as well, the people that have stuck with us as well and fucked with us through this, a lot of you guys here now. Yeah, I just massively appreciate it, bro. Like it's kind of crazy. It's like those people that are stuck with us through the whole time. Like my appreciation for them is like another level, you know. Especially those of you who are still here now, rocking with us. And of course, I appreciate every 100,000 of them, which is a weird thing to say, but yeah, man. Like it's just cool. Like I always wanted to create like a good wrestling platform, aggregation platform and stuff like that, keep wrestling fans up to date. We've never had any like backing or funding or anything like that, do you know what I mean? It's all just, I always kind of class myself as, you know, it's literally like if Kale started a fucking wrestling page and just grinded at it, like that's all I am. Like I'm just someone who was lucky enough to have like some extra time and some savings to kind of live off, so I could dedicate a good chunk of time to doing something like this. And 100,000 followers means I must be doing something okay. We've got a great team, whether that's the people on screen now, Lyric, Phil, Joe. Of course, Joe's been with me from like day one. I won't bore you guys with how much I love and appreciate that guy, but Jamie, who was just on here not that long ago, he's helped me more than fucking I think anybody would realise, because it's a lot of background stuff. Carlos, our new Twitter admin that's been with us for like 6 months, who's basically the guy who's got us to 100k, you know. And of course the obvious people, do you know what I mean? Ibu, Ayo, Rob, Chris, Anna, Charlie, Manny, you know, everyone else. I'm sure I forgot loads of people because we've had loads of people come in and out of Wrestlepurists, you know. It's been crazy, but the 100k on Twitter is a very big milestone for me, and I'm very proud of it. And yeah, man, much love to everybody. And yeah, we're gonna wrap this up now. So Lyric, Phil, you got anything you want to plug?
No, not right now. I should probably have had something done, but listen, January was a crazy year. But we're resetting. Happy Black History Month. It's February. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I really enjoyed this. And here's to another 100K.
Yeah, man, that's the goal. That's the goal. 250 is probably the next milestone also. So God knows. This took 5 years, and it, so you know. Yeah, man. I love the page and the community that we've built. I like to think that we found like a nice middle ground of like, you know, I don't think we can be classed as like, you know, like the WWE propaganda page, like some of the other bigger pages and stuff like that. And same way with AEW, I don't think we're like super biased towards AEW either. We try and cover different parts of wrestling. Obviously, we're not perfect and we don't live tweet every single AAA and CMLL show, but we try and keep everyone up to date. So we try to do our thing, and we appreciate people who follow us to keep up to date, you know. But Phil, what you got going on this week? You got anything?
Grapsody, as always, Saturday at noon on Fightful's YouTube channel. Check us out. We went live Sunday instead of Saturday because those pesky WWE PLEs in Saudi Arabia early in the day. But we'll be back to our regular scheduled time, Saturday at noon Eastern this Saturday.
Beautiful stuff. And Joe Hall, but you're always busy, mate. So what we got?
Yeah.
What we got this week?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I just know we got our show on Friday. I still haven't figured out this week's schedule. It's been a busy time, but this was fun. Apologies for having to step out for a bit. My thing was messed up, but I'm glad I could be back for the conclusion of the EO sweep. I'm glad I could be back for that.
Oh, I forgot. I have a show on Wednesdays. Yeah, Wednesday after Dynamite.
Oh.
Dynamite. Yeah, that is
there you
important.
go.
I forget. Yeah, Wednesdays after Dynamite Diaries on my YouTube channel and Black Girl Wrestling. Yes.
All right, so that's another year in the books, people. The full results will be uploaded to the website shortly. But yeah, man, what a year for EO Sky, for Tony Khan, for Bandido, all multi-time winners this year. And shout out to all the other winners throughout the Wrestlepurists Awards. And next year we'll be back even bigger and better, hopefully. And yeah, man, we literally have thousands of people vote, and it's always cool just to kind of see what way the public's swaying, you know, and then to get the media side as well to kind of get that contrast, like the you know, this really popped me to see Mystico win this one. So
That
yeah,
is cool.
but
Yeah.
Io Sky of obviously the story of the stream. But yeah. So yeah, like, subscribe. Appreciate the couple super chats. Appreciate the engagement in the live chat. Seeing some of the names in the chat that I haven't seen in a few weeks, few months as well has been really cool. So yeah, man. Hopefully we'll be back with more stuff throughout this week, next week as well. So stay tuned, and yeah, appreciate you guys. Peace.